What is up, everybody? Wow, what a night so far. All right. Welcome, everybody, out on this Saturday night. Gonna go into Sunday with this one like usual. Welcome out, everybody, to another episode of What's Your Question? Episode number 23. And I'm glad to have all of you here during this transmission. You could have been anywhere tonight, but you decided to come in and, join this decoding family. So I welcome all of you that are new to my channel. Welcome out. Those of you, a big shout out to just did the podcast with Danny and Campbell, and we're talking about the Tartaria and the mud floods over at the Syncretism Society. I had no plans on doing that podcast, and of course, what podcast number was that? 24, and what's my birthday? 2-4. And so there's no accidents, folks. It's just all, I'm so dialed into the script now. It's just bonker crazy. Tonight I have a little bit of a intro on a topic called brain damage I'm going to be bringing out tonight, which, as fate would have it, it involves O.J. Simpson. And I'm going to show you the craziness of this script and how our reality is absolutely and emphatically scripted. To what level, I just can't tell you that, but our reality is scripted, and this will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that our reality is completely scripted. So big shout out to the Syncretism Society. I'm an instructor over there. Santos and Danny and Anne Marie and Sada and all the greats, all the great instructors that they have. If you're a member, thank you for your contributions. I'm just I'm a big giver, and I'm part of the Syncretism Society as one of the instructors, and I'm behind on my lessons. So my brand over there is called Cosmic Sugar, which is where my readings come into play. So a very big thank you to all of you that have donated to this cause through getting a reading from me. And I'm getting really flooded by readings, which is great. I'm very fortunate for that and grateful for that, because it helps me help you, all of you ladies and gentlemen, raise the bar and raise your frequency and become a better version of you. So big shout out to the Syncretism Society. A big shout out to, and this is in no particular order, my great friend over at Waters Above Crypto, Mr. Jordan. And man, what a great guy. We now have a series that we're doing. So any of you that are Waters Above Crypto subscribers that have come over here and ventured over to my side of the pond, if you will, welcome out. Big shout out to Nigel and Harry over at the Devil's Playground 2. Should check those guys out. Subscribe to them. They got a lot of great information that they're coming out with. We have another podcast, I think, and Nigel, if you're watching this, I did get your email, and I will be replying to that because we got another one coming out. It looks like these podcasts joining forces is exactly the energy that all of us are moving into, strength in numbers. So folks, man, I am just so grateful to be here tonight, man. So grateful. Busy, again, I didn't plan on, Danny called me last minute. Hey, can you sit in? Santos can't make it. I'm like, and I was just headed to the grocery store to get food. And I'm like, yeah, all right, no problem, 'cause it's right there. And then I ran into a fellow syncretist, and he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, come up to, his name's Mac. What's up, Mac? If you're watching, I'm like, come up and check out the podcast. So he got to sit in on the live podcast that we did. And it was a lot of fun. So anyway, folks, thanks all of you for being here tonight. I'm going to, if you see me looking over this way or that way, I have my laptop over on this side, which has got, different things playing out. And then I have over here the lineup of all your texts coming in, which I wish they could just talk, because I know it's very challenging to get your point across with your keyboards. So let me just give you all guys and gals a great big shout out, man. I see Jane and Tam D348. Kerry's here. Excuse me, Aaron's Energy. Nigel, what's up, brother? Claire, Sir Sweets here. Interesting avatar names. I love it. Mary Stevens, Meme, Laurel Ann, D Brown, Metatron, Kyozer, Draco Travis, Pinker's here. Nice to have you. Get Off My Freedom. Got you here. Badfish Bear, nice to have you. Me and my big bouncy beach ball. That's obviously that's got to go. I almost said the fullest extent of what that's well, actually that's kind of funny. Denise, what's going on? Eddie Machete in the house. Salty Siren, nice to have you. Anne Marie from the Syncretism Society in the house, nice to have you. Oliver, Miriam, nice to have you. Christine Buckley in the house, nice to have you. Rose Humphreys. Yes, the Syncretism Society in the live chat. Give a big shout out to those guys. If you're not subscribed to the Syncretism Society, go over there and smash that like button. Put on the bell notification because you got to do that. And I think even that doesn't stop you from receiving, or it stops you from still receiving the notifications of knowing that we're going live or whatnot. Ethan Rucker, what's up, brother? Another great decoder. Reincarnated Sultan, thank you for your kind words. Michelle McDaniels, nice to have you. Babsy14, DP, Scott Trent. Boy, a lot of newbies. I love it. Thank you all for joining in. I'm honored to be sharing this space from you. I have a jam-packed, gem-filled What's your question tonight? As always, I am loaded with my tools. I have my Cards of Illumination, 52 cards of the deck, 52 weeks of the year. I have my tarot cards if you're a fan of the tarot, and of course, some of you are catching on. If you haven't done your totem pole, and if you don't know what that means, your totem pole is tied to the Native American medicine cards. Here's the medicine deck. And if you haven't done your totem pole yet, your totem pole is something you only do one time in your life, not multiple times, although you can continue to do your totem poles to see the now energy, but you do it one time in your life and it will tell you what animal, insect, or reptile you are living through in your age group. And it goes around 13-year cycles. And it's absolutely fascinating. And if you need help with that, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. But if you want to do your totem pole, I actually was very lucky to have Santos Bonacci. Big shout out to Santos. He allowed me to show his totem pole, and I was able to use him as the example. He came to LA when I first met him and got to do totem pole. And so I got to do that for him. So if you just go into the search box of Decode Your Reality, the little magnifying glass, and you hit totem pole in there, you'll be able to find the video really, really quick rather than looking through 240 plus videos I have in there. Christy Decker, nice to have you. Steven Segura, nice to have you. I think I'm repeating now, but Haven, nice to have you. Harder than P. I love some of these avatar names you ladies and gentlemen come up with. It's really funny. I just gotta have fun with this reality because it's a joke. As much evil and narcissism and crazy lunabin nutsy behavior that we're seeing on the world stage, I mean, and here we are, right? And here we are sharing all this space with this great technology. Big shout out to all this great technology. Big shout out to YouTube, because without YouTube, we wouldn't be doing this transmission. Logitech cameras, I use them. Rode for my microphone, for my podcast equipment. Apple computers, my BenQ monitor. I mean, folks, all these are archetypes. I give energy to all of them. I'm grateful for all of them, because without them, we wouldn't be doing my lights and we wouldn't be doing this transmission. So I'm grateful for all that, and I would encourage all of you to do the same kinds of things, is just be grateful. All right. And a big shout out to all the haters that are going to come on here and watch this transmission and give it a thumbs down because you have nothing better to do. But, you came here for a reason, maybe just to smash the thumbs down button. But it's okay. I just transmute the energy. See, that's why people that put the thumbs down, I get some people do it because they just maybe don't like the content of the comment I say. I understand that. But I do have the haters that come to my channel. And, I put out a video and within a minute of an hour-long video, I get a dislike. So I know it's somebody who doesn't even watch the presentation. They just are the hater. And what they fail to realize is they're a rookie. So they just don't realize how magic works. And so when they hit that like button, I get the energy and I just transmute it. So it's just kind of working to my advantage. So I just, it's all good. I wouldn't hang out with people like that, though. That I can tell you. Okay. So thanks, everybody, for coming in. Everybody. And today, today is a big day because it's November 13th. It is the oh, well, I didn't even see. That's all, being dialed into the code. Today is the 307. Let me just double check. Yeah, today's the 317th day of the year. And most of you should know the 317 is a number anagram of the 137, which is the 33rd prime number. And today's card, if you look on the graphic, yeah. It's actually really interesting. Big shout out to, because I'm just spreading love, man. Big shout out to Zach Hubbard. Because, hey, he does his stuff, I do mine. Don't agree. But, hey, man, he does his stuff. But big shout out to Zach. It's his birth card today. It's the 7 clubs. This is Zach Hubbard's birth card. Those of you that follow Zach's work. Whatever. I don't follow it, but I know who he is. And I think he does his position on this world stage, but nonetheless, he does what he does and brings his gifts to the world stage. So today is the 7 clubs card, and it's the 20th card in the deck. And it's really interesting, this card, and this may make sense if you guys follow his work, because it's very fitting. Let me just show you. I think I passed it already. No, I didn't. Here it is. So the tarot card that's linked to the 20th card in the deck, 7 clubs is the wands in the tarot, and there's the wands card. And it's a card of defending what matters. If you think about what Zach's all about, he really defends his position, which I respect, because, you may not agree with everything that he puts out on the world stage and all that, but, at least he stands in his power and he holds his own, and, kudos for that. So anyways, I just having fun with this. I'm in a totally different new level in my life now where, after doing a lot of podcasts with other people, and then especially with Jordan, I really respect that guy, because he's really giving me a lot of different perspectives and vantage points to look from. And, of course, I've adopted the belief of love is allowing, and that was, I first heard that from Jordan, and I was really enamored by it, because I realized that I've been kind of doing that for a very long time. I just didn't kind of coin it in that expression. But really, when you are able to get to that position in life of where you're not forcing your perspectives on other people, because I've always been about live and let live, which is kind of the same thing, but I think stepping it up and really kind of giving people another beautiful perspective is love is allowing. So you don't need to go force your opinion upon anybody. Just let them do them. Just let them do. And if it's in their code for them to crash and burn because they're being a dink on the world stage, well, then even if you step out, you're not going to be the cause of their demise. They're going to do it to themselves. So love is allowing. It's pretty cool. All right. So let's go to some of your comments. Please decode Doctor Who. Yeah, it's interesting. Doctor Who. I was a huge fan growing up as a kid. I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and of course, as fate would have it, I was born in the 4th, and the doctor that I was introduced to, it was named Tom something. He was Doctor Who number 4. But my life has just been so coded, it's just insane. But my chakra's from the heart. And that's where I come from. Even though I can be an asshole sometimes, I'm very rigid in my ways sometimes, and as in everybody. If we really kind of get down to brass tacks, you believe what you believe, I believe what I believe. Sometimes we just can't meet in the middle. And that's totally fine. And that's where love is allowing comes into play. So anyway, I'm thinking about the Doctor Who. This is a very broad stroke. So, all right. Jody Ash, nice to have you. Love from the Wolf Pack. Yeah, feed the wolf. Judo Jack. Yeah, it is the Jesuits. See, you know, when people are into the blame game, and again, I don't take anything away from that belief. Like, it's them and it's, could be, right? I mean, whatever, it is what it is. But if you follow the Jesuits and you go back to, their actual originating name is the Society of Jesus. And if you I would encourage all of you, if you haven't done it yet, go type in the Society of Jesus and go read about the history of them. Please just disembark from like, well, somebody changed it to make it look really pretty. Just go read as much as you can about Ignatius of Loyola and how that story fits into the angels and demons that I believe are running this show, which is run by the source, the architect. And just kind of just study the history and just leave your preconceived notions out of the story of what it's trying to say. And you'll get perhaps a different perspective on how this reality works. Just a suggestion. What's up, Lena? Lena Labani in the house. Astro Greek 5000. Do the degrees of astrology have anything to do with numerology? Absolutely they do. 30 degrees tied to the word demiurge in numerology. Demiurge equals 30. There's 30 degrees in the supposed 12 houses of astrology. 12 times 30 is 360. And then, of course, it's tied to this deck came out in 1988. So, but yeah, here we are synchronizing this that has nothing to do with astrology than degrees, but it has everything to do with it. And if you've been following this great research, we follow the rabbit down into time, and that is we end up incarnating imagine the astrology wheel sitting over the top of the earth, and then as the sun penetrates through these zodiac signs, we end up incarnating into this planet, and we become man or woman. And so this has every relevance to do with the zodiacs and the degrees and the 30 degrees and all that kind of stuff. So it's really fascinating. So yeah, Jesuits exist. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to be clear once again, those of you that are new, Logan, I am not, and I do not belong to any kind of Masonic lodge. Not a Freemason. I have this brick wall. My parents live in a house that has brick. Does that make them Masons? No. And they're not. Does this make me a Mason because I have a brick wall behind me? No, but of course the crazies come out and they just quickly say that if I do this, does that make me a devil in the sense of what the devil means? Like, am I a Luciferian or am I satanic devil when I do that? Sometimes we just flash those out of habit. I've learned that. I used to be the guy be like, oh, there's the sign doing it. And I'm not going to say people don't purposely do it to make the symbol. But do you know what the 666 means? Now that we've been doing this research, do all of you know what the 666 means? Truly know what it means? I know a lot of people don't know what I feel. And these are my opinions, by the way. Right? I'm not saying I am the authoritative figure on the absolute truths. I'm not going to say that. I'm just me. I'm a free Logan. That's what I joke around. I'm a free Logan. It's fun. It's fun. It's really a lot of fun. Now I can just have fun with this. Right? Like now I'm going to probably purposely do things just so it gets a rise out of people. The people that are thinking that I'm this demonic magician or whatever people label me as. It's so much fun, I guess. And I would say now, and me and Jordan have had this conversation about these secret societies, and they're like, kind of like, what are they thinking? Like, you have this knowledge, and maybe you got the 1 + 1 = 2. Maybe you got that kind of knowledge, and you're looking down and you're listening to some of these people on the internet, on TV, and they're saying their stories, and you're just shaking your head like, what planet are these people from? And I used to be someone like that. Like, I would just jump to conclusions. And I owe people apologies. I really do, because I actually assumed things many times over with people that are doing their thing. And I kind of owe them apologies, because I was one of those people. And I can authentically tell all of you that without having any problems being authentic telling you all of that. Hey, Daphne Carpenter, nice to have you. What does Lilith Black Moon come into play astrologically? I haven't, to be honest with you, I haven't really studied the Black Moon Lilith all that much to give you my perspective on it. I just obviously know that it's tied to the dark side of the moon, if you will. So it would definitely be playing out through, if the moon had, the way I see it, if the moon had two sides, you'd have the full moon and the new moon. And of course, the new moon would be tied to Black Moon Lilith. That's how I understand it. But, it's really interesting of where the placement of Lilith was on just last Friday on November 5th during that incident in Houston. I didn't even point that out in my decode of Astroworld, but it's there. You can see it in the charts. And if you know astrology, it's really interesting, that whole perspective. Are your parents still JW? My mom is, yes. My dad has never been religious, yet they've been married 50 plus years. My dad's never been religious. My mom's been a JW for 40 plus years now. She's not going anywhere with that. She's all in. But she's a beautiful human being. She's my mom, so so we've learned to just kind of work with one another, and I have the most amazing relationship with my parents. I always have, but it's been pretty amazing with, me going into this, because this obviously, from a religious perspective, this is from the devil, which ironically it is, because we're the devil, so there is truth to that. But these are obviously really gnarly. It's like, playing with a Ouija board, and, it's at that level. But, knowing what I know now, I can't just give that to somebody who has certain beliefs, because they're not willing to at least open up that door to see what's behind the door, right? They just will keep themselves boxed in. And, I have completely gone out of my box. I have separated myself from having any confinements to a certain degree, because then we get bigger confinements and all that kind of stuff. So Paul was just asking a question. What are my thoughts on the tarot cards? Excuse me. Well, there's these tarot cards actually are a cousin of the cards of illumination. These came first, and then the tarot cards were created after this. So these to me have seniority, but these don't have pictures on them. These do. So when you do a reading, obviously there's more going on, and it's easier to define reality with the cards with these, because they have more layers to observe from. But what I just find interesting is, even people in religion that go to church, they'll go home and, hey, let's play cards. And they'll play, gin rummy and, spades and hearts and whatever that involves cards. And do they realize what they're doing? There's no separation between playing gin rummy or using the tarot. It's the same kind of situation going on. It's just you're being able to utilize them for different purposes. So that's kind of how my viewpoint is on that. 666 is the 36th triangular number. Yep. And the words Jesus Christ in numerology equal 36. Discerning King. I sent you my info about my decode. I never heard from you. Did you email me, Discerning King? And if you sent me an email, are you looking for a reading? If you sent an email and you're looking for a reading and you didn't hear back from me, my apologies. Just send another one, decodeyourreality@gmail. But if you just sent me an email and it had stuff you found, I may have read it and I may have gotten distracted. I have so much, folks. I don't think you, ladies and gentlemen, can really get to the layer of where I'm at right now with, and I'm not poo-pooing on anybody's emails. I try to get through all of them. But as I continue to do this great research, as I continue to work with Santos and Danny and Anne-Marie and Sara at Syncretism, if I continue to work with other people on the podcast, Jordan and Nigel and Devil's Playground, and I got more people coming at me, it gets more challenging to get through everything. And that's why I do these podcasts. I'm trying to do these every week, every 2 weeks, because I want to be able to get to all of you great decoders that have questions and all that kind of stuff. And I am going to be coming out with 1 or 2 days a month where I'm going to dedicate a full day of just taking phone calls from people. And I'm going to probably do it with a calendar. It'll be a first come, first serve. It'll be 30-minute conversations, and that's it. I will have to limit them at 30 minutes. Talk about whatever you want. It will not be like, can you give me a mini reading? Because I use that for the personal readings. We can talk about a little bit about your situation and all that kind of stuff. But it's mainly for you people that are trying to figure out like where to go, what to do, that kind of stuff. So that's really what I want to do. So it's working. It's being worked on, I should say. But if those of you that are new and you're looking to figure out who you are and why you're here, like to go really deep, I came out with a video last year and it's my most popular. It has almost 30,000 views. So thank each and every one of you that have contributed to that and shared it. But it's called How to Decode Yourself. If you go to my YouTube channel, Decode Your Reality, which is this one, and you go to the homepage, it's right there, the very first video, How to Decode Yourself. And it's an hour and 5 minutes long, and it's some of the most important information I've ever put out. I'm coming out with a sequel for that. I will be charging for that. It's not going to be a lot, but it's going to allow you, those of you that just want to, you don't want to spend the money on a reading, I'm going to show you how to do your own reading. Not at the level that I can do it at or any other astrology or numerology, because they're going to be able to interpret charts a little bit differently, but I'm going to show you how to do it yourself. A DIY. And there's going to be, a step-by-step instructional video on how to do that. I haven't figured out how I'm going to release it, when I'm going to release it, what platform, but it is in the works because I want to be able to reach a lot more people, and it's time that people get reached with this information. So just so you guys know, you guys and gals, it's being worked on. I see roosters. I love it. You got the rooster and the Chinese. The Royal Star of David. The Royal Star of the Lion, Eduardo Molino. The Royal Star of the Lion, number 23. Absolutely. The number 23 is called the Royal Star of the Lion, tied to probably the star Regulus, which is the brightest star in the constellation Leo, which is the 5th zodiac sign. 5 is, of course, ruled by the sun, and 5 in the tarot, which should tell you all you need to know, is mankind. It's man and women. It's our identity. Because 6 is the honeycomb, the hive, and then 5 is man. So here's the card that represents man and woman. It's the Hierophant, card number 5. This sits inside. See, when I do my readings, those of you that have gotten them, or when I do my readings, I have my graphics I've created, and I show the default chart of astrology. Default now. Not yours, not your blueprint. I show you that one as well. But by default, this guy sits inside the 5th house, which is your throat chakra. And this is where you speak all your magic spells from. So when you go to theology and you synchronize that, It says, and God said, let there be light. What do you think the as above is using? He's using his throat, or it's using its throat. And this would be the so below. It's man, the hero, and this is the Pope. So the church is telling you they have the authority to express the words of the God and captivate the minds of the worlds and control the world. And then whatever you believe beyond that. And it goes obviously much deeper than that. But 5 is ruled by the sun. And in the Chinese, it's the dragon, the most revered animal. It's the freaking dragon. So the dragon is the sun. Number 5. And we are the dragon. We're the devils. That's why I keep saying, be the best little devil you can be down here. Are we Isaac? I can't even pronounce your ice cask. Are we God? The one Brahman. Yeah, if you go to that story, if you fancy Taoism and Hinduism and all that stuff, it's Brahma and Brahmin and Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, and then you have all these Krishna and all this other stuff, all these pantheons, all the pantheon they have. It's the same story as in Christianity. It's the same story as in the Quran. They're all the same. It's just told a different way. They're all stories. Telling the same story, but in a different way. I mean, folks, there's over 10,000 religions out there. Have you ever pondered this? Why 10,000? What was wrong with the first one that came out? I mean, I was just thinking about this just today. I'm like, imagine you, all of you watching this and listening to this, imagine that you create a playlist on your Spotify or your YouTube or whatever. Imagine you had your phone and you had 10 songs on your phone. And you could not change those songs for 5 years. I'm just randomly putting out because we're using the number 5. You know, I go to the gym and I'm constantly pulling my chip out and putting new songs in, and I get, it's what we do. But imagine you couldn't change the 10 songs. You had to listen to those 10 songs for the next 5 years. You couldn't listen to them on your computer. Nothing. Nowhere in life could you change your playlist. Do you know how boring your life would be? Do you know, you'd be so tired of listening to those 10 songs. And so when you use that analogy and you place it into everything in this reality, religion included, why are there 10,000 religions? Obviously, from a logical standpoint, people got bored of the first one. Oh, well, there's something more to it. Or you're not doing it this way, the right way. It's like, well, if everything's from the God, then the first one should have never got changed. And then people will go in, well, because Satan did it. No, you see, it's the God getting bored with its own game, and it's like, I got to change it up. I came out with the little God's a Comedian, kind of something that popped into my head. I thought it was funny. I like being funny. I like stand-up comedy, and it's just for fun. But that's how I feel. I feel the architect or architects that created this reality, they've been through countless games, countless scenarios, countless lifetimes. And it just gets bored. And it's like, why would I want to do the same game? Why would I want to do it the same way? It's like, it'd be boring. Just like those 10 songs that you'd be forced to listen to for 5 years straight, nothing else. Imagine watching the same movie every day, all day. You'd go crazy, cuckoo bonkers. That's exactly what you would do. Wearing the same clothes, you'd go crazy bonkers. You'd lose it. I mean, the average person trades their car in every 3 years. That should tell you something right there. We get bored of the cars we drive. Rizel, nice to have you. Is religion a Ponzi scheme? Life is a Ponzi scheme. The entire facet of life itself is a giant Ponzi scheme. It's just a cone. It's a pyramid. Life is the Ponzi scheme. We were just talking. I had a really monumental moment for myself personally. Just doing. If you haven't watched the Syncretism Society, the last podcast I was on there as a guest. Those of you that just are joining, and there's this great guy. His name's Campbell, and he studies like the mud floods and Tartaria and amazing guy, right? King of Clubs guy. So I'm already enamored by the dude. Super smart. And we were talking about how the buildings appeared to be like, like the windows got smaller and smaller as if layers of the earth got higher and higher. And we know when you study the layers of archaeology, which I haven't done a lot of, but there are things that are underground, full cities. So that obviously tells us that things get buried and then they get buried. And then, so what does that tell us perhaps? And is this like civilizations just, like getting closer to the truth? And I had spoken about this. I had said, imagine that we are a pyramid. Like we start at the bottom. We start at the bottom of the pyramid. Life does down here at the bottom. And then as the years go on, we move up, and it just more layers get built upon more layers until we finally reach the pinnacle. And then it's implosion time, whatever that means. And I think that's the reset. So you get down here and, you're obviously free energy would be at the base, and you'd have, people would use telekinetic powers, and they'd be loving and compassionate. The golden age would be down here. But when you get up to the top, as the spiral spins and the information gets tighter and tighter as it goes up, because that's exactly what's going on right now. Is we're now becoming one with this artificial intelligence, this machine, but we actually may be a machine. And as we move up these layers, like a ziggurat, that pyramid, it just goes in layers. And that is the Tower of Babylon. When you get to the top, it's got to be knocked down and broken, and then life starts over again. I don't know, it's just a thought. Anyways. All religion is Buddha religion. Okay. What's up, Billy? I think that's Billy, King of Light, from the great state of Florida. Yes, I'm here in Mexico. You can step in a gym without having any kind of restrictions. Yes, I'm here in Mexico, and I go to the gym without a mask, without anything, and it's just business as usual. I'm going through your comments. Oh yeah, so is religion a Ponzi scheme? Yes, it is. I believe so. Get off my freedom. What would you recommend for a beginner decode? Well, I mean, the very first, those of you that resonate with that question, the question is, what do I recommend for beginner decoding or a beginner decoder? I would encourage you to start decoding things. I would definitely suggest that you just use one cipher. Get rid of when you get on. I'm hopefully going to have a new site coming out, because I think this is what's going to happen. But, and it will be more focused on what I feel the true aspects of how it should be and the way I see it. But anyway, you can go on Derek's site, gematrinator.com. It's got a great site. And just find the Chaldean. You got to go into the other ciphers in the category. Get rid of the base cipher, the reverse, and all those. That's very watered down, in my opinion. And just use one cipher, Chaldean. That's it. Get all of your base, your foundation, from that one. Why that one? Because that one is the oldest numerology cipher on the planet. It's the oldest one. So I feel it has seniority. I've shown countless times how it's tied directly into alchemy and the periodic table, how it's tied directly to the cards of illumination, how it's tied directly into the tarot cards. These are built off of the Chaldean numerology. They're not built off reverse ordinal and all these. Nope. Not even built off the English. Nope. They're built off the Chaldean. So if you like connecting dots beyond just putting words together and saying, oh, well, reverse ordinal says this and so does the Chaldean, and there it is, there's the truth. I'm telling you right now, that's not the right way to decode. That's my opinion. So if you want to start decoding, just use Chaldean, start typing in your words, take notes, copy and paste, whatever you got to do, and then start bringing them in. Those of you that need the graphics that I use for my decodes, I have the 52 cards in their natural lineages. I have the tarot cards in their natural lineages. I have the medicine deck as well. I have these. So those of you that want the cards in graphic form, just send me an email and I'll send them to you. Okay? And just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. So that's the very first step, is to get the graphics and then to start using one cipher. And then the very first thing you should do beyond that is decode yourself. Watch my video on how to decode yourself. I also have how to decode your name through Francis Bacon numerology, how to do your totem pole, how to find your name in pi. There's like 4, 5, 6 videos that I came out with for free showing you how to break down your personal life. And when you know how you work, you'll have a better understanding of how this matrix reality works. So you're kind of killing two birds with one stone, if you will. You're decoding who you are, figuring out who you are and why you're here. And then once you start diving into decoding the matrix itself and sacred geometry and everything else, you'll have a better firm understanding or understanding of how to do it. That's my long answer to beginner decodes. Yeah, so big shout out to Campbell from Perth, and his website's called Autodidactic. Pretty awesome. Jordan, what's up? Jordan's in the house. Headed out for the night. Going out to party, I see, huh, Jordan? Nah, I'd probably going to play guitar. Much love, bro. Much love to you. Thanks for coming on and showing us your presence. What can I tell you about the Eight of Hearts? All you eights. Well, first and foremost, any of you that are looking to know, like, what's my card? I'm going to pin it. Let me pin it. I'm going to encourage all of you to go to this website. There it is. Let me pin it. There. Okay. So I pinned the website to go to for the link to your birth card. So the Eight of Hearts it'll be so much easier time consumption wise and trying to get to all the questions. Just go type in your birthday, and read about the Eight of Hearts. But those of you that are eights, you're tied to the infinity symbol. And the Eight of Hearts, of course, is tied to fire and love. Heavily tied to that. Does the 727 have any significance to you? No, but let me look it up. It's tied to the number 405. And it's the 129th prime number. So there's a big connection there. And then you got to find out, like, what's the 129 tied to on the periodic table. So, folks, this is the methodology that I use to decode from. Is number one, you try to find out, and the 129 is tied to the 54th element called Xenon, which is the voice inside your head. And I'm going to be showing that in my sneak peek on the topic called brain damage, which is got some O.J. Simpson in there. If you could, folks, when I show you this, you're going to laugh. That's all we can do is laugh. But the way I do it is I find a number, and then you type it into the numberempire.com, see if it's a prime number, see if it's a Fibonacci number or anything stands out to you. You can look at the sine and cosine waves of those who've been following this research. You can measure those. You can take the 727, put it into the string of pi, find out what digit it's attached to there. You want to do that. All right. You want to definitely do that as well. And then you can take wherever you tie these numbers in, you can bring them into the periodic table and look at where these numbers are connected to and their different respected elements. And I know it just kind of went back and forth, but that link does not work. Why does it not work? Let's see. So it's all in the cards doesn't work? Let me see. Hold on, folks. Let me get it for you. There you go. Let me pin it. Yeah, now it should work. It's allinthecards.com. I think go click on that. Let me see if it works. Yeah, it works now. So there you go. Okay, so just go look up your card, go look up your partner's card, go look up your brothers and sisters and your parents and those that are close to you. Go read about these people that you hang out with, your best friend, your soulmate, your twin flame, past partners. Go read about them. You'll discover what the hell you're doing here and why you're hanging out with these people, why they came into your life. There are clues in these cards. These, I'm telling you, they rule over us. Whether you want to believe in that or not, there are more people that believe in it. And when they do, it makes it end up coming to fruition. Joshua, yeah, I will do that. I'm going to pull a card for Josh. I'm not going to be pulling cards until a little bit, but I'm going to be doing that. But Josh, you're asking, and I know I'm going to forget. So let me pull up a card for Josh, and then I will be opening that up, folks. We're going to be pulling cards, but Josh asked, and I know I'm going to miss this if I don't. So let me pull up a card for Josh, and then I will be pulling cards for all of you. So Josh, you got the Looking for Love card, the Knight of Cups. It's card number 47 of all cards, right? And it's the Jack of Hearts, which is the immovable Jack of Hearts, card number 11. So this is card 47, and it's tied to the Jack of Hearts, which is card number 11. If you were born before sunrise, do you choose the previous day for your card? No, you choose you just go and just type in your birthday. Doesn't matter if it was morning time, nighttime. It's a 24-hour period with the cards. Stuart, nice to have you. Thanks for the shout out. So-called law enforcement courts judge use this against people. I may be missing. What, Chris Fugo? I don't know what you mean by that. Sophia is asking about seeing the number 66. That's a really tough... This is probably one of the biggest questions I get from people. Like I'm seeing, like someone already said, what do you think 727? I know that you, ladies and gentlemen, are probably seeing these numbers. I can't give you any definitives. I know it's a lame response to your question, but people ask me all the time, and there's just no way to be able to tell you what it means for you in your life. I suggest the formula to figure that out is take notes, jot it down, look at the clock. What time? Like folks, when you wake up in the morning or whatever, and you look at the time, do you really look at the time? Like if I grab my phone right now and I look, it's 10:45. What does 10:45 mean? Well, it's, obviously the 1 and the 919 is battery, so it's tied to the sun. No, there's a little bit of a story there. But what does that mean when you pick up the phone and it's a certain time for you? You got to keep logs of the numbers that you're seeing. It's essential that you do that. And then you got to decode yourself. Without knowing who you are and the numbers you're attached to with your cards, you can decode your address, the full address, typing the word street, not abbreviating it. You can decode the latitude, longitude of where you were born. You can decode the latitude, longitude of where you live right now. The house you grew up in. I've shown these in a lot of videos that I've posted over the years now. If you watch my Alice in Wonderland decode, I was on the East Coast visiting my hometown, and there was massive significance to looking up Wonderland. I was like, I wonder if there's a Wonderland city in the United States, and sure enough, there was one in the great state of Maine. And if you go watch my Alice in Wonderland Decoded, you'll be blown away. It's like, really? I looked at that and right from what Google Maps said it was when I looked it up. How do you script something like that when I wasn't even trying to script it? So your life is scripted, and you just got to figure out the meaning of it. And it's not just found in saying, I'm seeing these patterns of numbers. I can tell you that the number 66 is a very powerful number because it's tied. Then you get into alchemy. You got to start studying the periodic table, science. We're made up a lot of these elements. Those of you that are so distraught about what they're spraying in the skies have these elements in them. Why? That's how important they are. And they're in the language. We're in a self-contained system, by the way. We're in a self-contained system. So everything is attached in this self-contained system. All the stories, all the events, all the people, all the numbers, all the symbols, they're all inside this self-contained system. I'm just using this as an example. I'm not insinuating that we live inside of a round globe. Everything's contained in this self-contained system. I believe, however, that we live inside of a cosmic egg. And I believe that the firmament, there is a dome, and that is the energy that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, is the firmament that protects the earth. But it's not a round circle like this. It's more in the shape of an egg. And to give you a synchronization of that is by looking at the egg. And inside the egg, you have two main components besides the egg shell, which is the firmament. You have the vitellus, which is the yolk, the yellow, and then you have the egg white, the albumin. And if you have a chicken sit on that egg for long enough, 3 weeks roughly, you then have an embryo. So if this was the egg that we all live inside, which is inside the belly of the beast, I believe, and I've shown this in some of my decodes, the sun, the moon, and the earth are all inside here. Self-contained system. And inside here is all of us. You know, you could cut it in half and say, there's the flat plane, whatever your beliefs are. But we live inside this egg. It's an egg shaped. And something's growing in here. Inside here, something's growing. Something's growing. Something's growing and brewing inside this planet that we all live on. Because Earth is alive. Those of you that, I started decoding the new Marvel movie that came out called Eternals. Just came out just the other day. And then I started researching the comic book. I believe that the comic books are just as valid as any of the ancient texts. That's what I believe. I believe that comic books are just as valid as any of the ancient text. And I believe that we will see superheroes on the world stage because they were once here before. And I believe that they're here now. You just don't see them. That's what I believe. And man, let me tell you the story of the Eternals. It's the Eternals versus the Deviants. So it's the good cop, bad cop. But the whole story of that movie, which I'm not going to give away, is a doozy. And it was really in line with what I believe and what I've been saying about us living in an egg. And the egg's going to hatch. And then you get into the Phoenix Rising story. And it goes really deep, folks. See, we can't just look at life and say, I got the beach here. I'm just going to go to the beach and I'm just going to be completely ignorant about life. And that's what this reality wants to. It's the Mr. Smith that guards the Matrix. And there's a lot of those. We've all been Mr. Smiths and Mrs. Smiths. All of us have been Mr. and Mrs. Smiths from the Matrix. Because at one time you could say that we all were asleep. That's why I really don't, I'm not big into saying there's the sheeple. I'm not, that's just the wrong kind of verbiage to label people as, because you were once there too. So it doesn't make you any better. So at one point you were there, and you were so caught up in this egg, inside the egg, you were so, and the yolk is the sun and it feeds, because that's what the vitalis is. The yolk is the representation of the sun. The sun feeds its energy. The vitalis feeds the embryo once the embryo starts to grow. And then you have the egg albumin, which probably would represent the ether or the air that we breathe, something like that. But this egg is going to hatch, like it always does, as it runs through its cycles. And what's going to emerge? Well, that's the big question. That's the big question. But we definitely live inside. This is a battery. The egg is a battery. Earth is a battery. And we are all the cells of the battery. Every single human being. That's why when I say mankind is being used, you are. Because inside your body, right now, at this very moment, you have trillions of cells that work for you. They don't have to be told what to do. They're programmed to do certain things. Why do we think that we have exceptions to that? Like, oh no, I'm a human being and I get to think and I'm a free thinker and I have this and I'm not going to take that belief away from you. I think we're limited on the free will we have, but we're programmed to behave a certain way. Just like the cells in your body. So the cells in your body, you're the battery. You have the positive and negative right here, the anode and cathode, and then we feed the battery. The battery is the egg. It's a battery. It's an energy source, and it grows. And we're at this point now with the population of a very, very large, population base. So it gets really interesting. Howard, another sun and moon will emerge. It's very possible. I think the sun's on a timer, and it's definitely the devil, the sun devil for sure. And perhaps that story of the devil being put in the abyss is exactly that. The sun will stop shining, but you'll have the phoenix and you'll have a new sun emerge, which is tying into the return of Ra. And in the Hopi prophecies, if you like the Indians, you're going to get into the blue Kachina, the return of the blue in Kachina. Have I ever studied Zoroastrian? Zoroastrians? I have studied that religion, not a ton, so I'm not very well versed in that. Yeah, a Pinker, NFL or the so-called Giants. It's really interesting you say that because I have a friend who had said that the Nephilim, the fallen angel, which we all are, right? But these larger people that are really tall, that are very gifted, stronger, bigger, faster, he was saying and alluding to the fact that those are the true Nephilim. It's interesting when you get into that. Life path number 11, sure. HC's asking about the life path number 11. So it's just the number 11, right? So if you just take the life path out of it, you can really kind of knock two things out, or many things out with the tarot. And let me just show you, for those of you that are life path number 11, it's a master life path number. Of course, The number 11 in the zodiac wheel is Aquarius. It's the sign of Aquarius, which is one of the 4 fixed signs. And Aquarius is the water bearer, the knowledge bearer. So those of you that have 11 life paths, you're tied to the Aquarius. You should look and find out where your Aquarius is in your natal chart. And if you have any planets there. The 11th card in the tarot is the Justice card. So this card right here actually by default sits in the 11th house of astrology, which is ruled and operated by Aquarius. And of course, it's going to come to a debate on what planet rules over that. Saturn in the old days, Uranus in the new age. But obviously, both of them are going to be true because the idea makes it true. Because when people have an idea and they say, oh no, it's Uranus that rules over Aquarius, and then everybody's like, yeah, it's Uranus, and then everybody starts to join in, and then years go by and people have this idea and notion that it's Uranus that rules over Aquarius. That ends up becoming an archetype. Everything's just all archetypes, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the number 11, and then you have the you have this card. Trying to find it. See, I'm trying to find it and I can't find it now. There it is. So this is card number 11 right here, the Jack of Hearts, and it's one of the 3 fixed cards of the chart itself. There's a boilerplate chart that comes with these cards. This sits in the very dead center. If you were to make a cross over the chart, this would sit in the very dead center. It would sit in the heart area right there, and that's tied to the number 11 as well. The letter J is the same letter that the word Jesus. So this is kind of, anybody that studies the cards, it's kind of the Jesus Christ card, one of them anyway. It's just kind of tied to that. But those of you that have 11s, master life path, here to bring justice to the world, look and find out where your Aquarian, where your Aquarius energy is on your natal chart. These are all layers that you can synchronize. That's what I do with my readings. I synchronize all these layers for people. And it goes really deep, obviously. But remember, those of you that have the master life paths 11, 22, and 33, those can be reduced down. I don't care what anybody says numerology-wise, and this is just my opinion. The 11 can become the number 2, so now you're getting into the sign of Taurus and duality and those layers. So I believe that they're both. You actually have 2 life paths that you service, the 11 and the 2. And then just go research that. Like, what does 11 life path mean? Go do some due diligence, and then the number 2. Edgar Daniel, are we going to die if it hatches? And you're talking about Earth. I couldn't answer that with authority, but I think that we're definitely in for a reset, whatever that looks like. And something's going to emerge from that reset. Yes. The Matrix was a documentary. Kind of, yeah. Mother Earth is having a baby. Yep. What's going to emerge? If you start studying all the videos that I've been putting out, Prison Planet, seeing how the incarnation process works, what's being incarnated, and how does the incarnation process work? If you go and study what just happened on November 5th, last Friday, a soul for a soul. If that's what happened, right? Some people are like, no, nobody passed on. Well, okay, but what if there was? Obviously, the symbolism was there to show us that. And maybe it's just an exchange of energy, and the energy keeps building and building. And remember, folks, we're part of a battery. So the more people that get incarnated on this earth, the battery becomes stronger and bigger, because every single person that is born into this reality becomes part of the battery itself. The cells of the battery. We are all part of the battery as individual cells, just like you have individual cells in your body. That's your soul below. We're the soul below of the as above. We work for the as above, which runs this reality. It's not really that challenging to figure out once you can start to have the eyes to see. What happened to the giants and the trees? That's another great question. So I was talking earlier about when I did this podcast with Danny and Campbell on Tartaria and the mud floods, and perhaps, the buildings just getting more layers of dirt and these cities go underground. Well, at one time they were above ground. So are we starting off again? Are the giants starting off down at the base, and we're almost at the top? So the giants were down here. So they were, when the giants are at the base, and then we get to the top, we're still the same height, if you know what I'm talking about. I'm probably not even describing that right. But the giants would exist down at the base, the beginning of an age. And as the ages continue to move through time, they get destroyed. Empires fall. They get built upon. And as we go up, the pyramid, as we go up, just like the Tower of Babel, they wanted to go up to reach the God. As we go up, we get smaller and smaller, which kind of makes sense with the movies because Hollywood has like Matt Damon and downsizing. We're now going into the quantum realm. That would be up at the pinnacle, not at the base. This would be the start of the era or the age. This right here would be the end of it. Got to start looking at these layers, folks. Got to start looking at all these layers. So what happened to the giants and the trees? It was the end of an age. Got taken out. I don't know how. Don't know. I wasn't there. It's all speculation. You can study archaeology, which obviously has a lot of say-so in it. But at the end of the day, all we can come back to are just theories. We were just talking about this, like, they were saying, Campbell and Danny, and they were like, everything's been a lie. See, I'm not one to kind of go into that. I think everything just is. So sure, we can label it a lie because, they're trying to hide something. Okay. Maybe that is the case. Maybe things are being hidden from us, but what are we being hidden from? I think it's irrelevant because I think life is cyclical. And if you believe that we've already won, then it shouldn't matter what it shouldn't matter what they're hiding. See, it's like kind of we contradict ourselves. We're like, well, the good guys always win. And then we're like, yeah, but they're lying and hiding stuff from us. Who cares? We're going to win anyway. So the truth's going to emerge no matter how much hiding they try to do. If you believe in that. So which is it? If you focus on we're going to win, it's cyclical and it's going to go back to the golden age, then it's a mute point. It's fun, and that's not to say don't study archaeology and study Campbell's work, because I was absolutely enamored by it, fascinated by it, and Tartaria and the mud floods and all that stuff. If that's what you gravitate towards, go do it. That's totally awesome. I'm actually going to probably start studying a little bit more. But I think it's, when you look at the whole cyclical aspect of this reality, is that, out emerges a new life. As theology says, it's a paradise. Well, yeah, and then it's going to start over again, and you're going to get the good guys again. You're going to get the baby. Baby, when a baby's born, it is born with no blemishes, with no fear. It's born neutral. It's born to be programmed. And then over time, as you move through time, age 1, 2, 3, 4, things happen. And then you become part of Satan's world, which is time. And everything that you collect as your beliefs, all your experiences, they weigh you down to the ground and you become lead as you move through time. So I've gone over this before. We start at the source. This is where we all start, right here. Let me move it over here. We all start here. And if you're born as a baby and you hatch from the womb, your mother's womb, and you come out, now you have to move through time. So here's your death. Your death's over here. Your birth's over here. Here's your death. So you start here and you move all the way across and you become a senior citizen and then you die. And in between here and there is Satan. It's time. You only have a short period of time. What happens in between birth to death? You collect a shitload of things. Physical things, possessions, ideas, beliefs, and they weigh you down and you become lead. And that's the devil. We become lead. And that's why alchemy is lead to gold. Because when you finally reach that ending point and it's time to go, that energy has to be exchanged. And it goes back to the sun, the gold. That's just the way I see it. So yes, DP, we are all traveling through time. We're all time travelers. Now there could be obviously bending those rules and actually going back into the past. I believe that they're doing that. That has been happening. I personally think so. I personally believe people have actually traveled into time back and forth. I really do. I really believe that's the case. How are they doing it? I haven't figured that out yet. And will I ever? I don't know. But folks, if you're this person who likes to point the finger, if you're one of those people, like it's cool to talk about it. Like tonight we talked about Tartaria and the mud floods. That's awesome. That's great to talk about. But just leave it there. Like dig into that, dig more. Forget about what you were told. And, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that there are entities and archetypes and people on this world stage that they're programmed to live through the dominance of the fear emotion. And they're afraid that if you get knowledge, you're going to put them in the shitter. They will lose their control if you gain the knowledge. So they're going to not tell you. They're going to lie, and they're what we call lying. They're going to suppress, but it's inevitable that you're going to find out because the justice is going to get served. So I had talked about this with Jordan with the deception versus influence, and I personally said, I don't believe, we call it deception, but it's just, everything just is. And then you label it. It's just energy, and you say that's deception. And then it goes into the deception category. But it just is part of the is, the it. It's just the force. And then you direct it to go a certain way. And when you're fixated, like some of the decoders in the world, they're so fixated on trying to point the finger at other people. So fixated on it. They have completely lost sight of what they're decoding in the first place. And they're no better. They're in the same category as the people that are trying to deceive you and kill you and knock you off. See, the program of the human mind is geared towards acid. That's why the pH scale is so amazing. The pH scale from 0 or 1 all the way to 14 is the typical. How about that? It ends at 14. 14's time and Satan and all that stuff. It's just ridiculous. But in the very dead center of the pH scale is the number 7. And if you go below the 7, you're in acid land. You're in decay mode. That's where all anger and resentment and anxiety and depression, sex and drugs and rock and roll and all the things that cause satiation, that make you feel good, it's all acid-based. All of it. And we are programmed, as we come out into this world, the world programs us to focus on acid. And I had said this to Jordan. I said, out of the 250 videos that I have put out, 249 or something, the number one video with the highest analytics is on what just happened on last Friday in Houston. Number one. What does that tell you about how mankind is programmed? Programmed towards acid-based stuff. Just gotta know. Gotta know, like, why? And why? Because those of you that are the good people just can't fathom how people can be so bad. And so you're curious about that. You would never do something like that. You wouldn't be part of something like that. But you're curious as to why they would. And we are, as a species, we are in the habit of thinking that way. We are drawn towards the negative. We are drawn towards the foods that make us taste good and make us feel good. We are drawn towards the things that make us high and loopy. We are drawn towards the negative. And we're polarized. We're people that are polarized. You can study the machinations of the true aspects of this reality, which is magnetism, electricity, and dielectricity. And we are in the dielectricity arena. That is the world stage, and it is being polarized. We are constantly being polarized as human beings. We have positive and negative inside of us, right here, positive and negative, and we are being polarized. Programmed. So if you disconnect from the world stage, if you pull the plug and limit yourself from that, your polarization will not be so geared towards what the static's going on. And that's when I came out with my prison planet, now part one and part two. In part two, I felt like I showed everybody what I felt was, everybody's like, how do you get out of the game? I showed it in my prison planet too. How do you win the game of life? Well, don't play the game. Be neutral. That's how I feel you win. Live a layer of neutrality. Live a life of neutrality. Don't forget about what the world's doing. Forget about what your neighbor's doing. Anytime you go and you want to gossip, that's why we got to put ourselves in check, and we're all guilty of this. We got to be authentic with ourselves, number one. And then we have to own up to our shit, be the best little devil that we can be. And then we have to look and observe, what is our mind geared towards? What are we putting on? What are we watching? What are we paying attention to? And then are we being an observer or are we being a judger? Are we judging as we observe? And then we're in the habit of doing that. We're in the habit of judging people for what they do in their actions. And that's not love, folks. That's you pushing what you think needs to happen. That's not love. That's not love as allowing. If you never point a finger, the molesters will control the world. That will never happen, Howard. Never. That will never happen. Too many good people on this planet. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go do what you feel compelled. Some people like to go out and protest, and I tell people, like, what do you think? If that's what you feel like you're programmed to do, go do it. Some people are programmed to do this and that. I'm not taking away from that. I'm not saying you shouldn't expose things. What I'm saying is, if you're going to expose something, you do it from a neutrality standpoint, because the majority of people, from what I see, in my opinion, is that people don't realize how this reality works, how this game works. That's my opinion, by the way. You don't have to agree with me. They don't know how magic works. You don't have to agree with me on that. If you think you know, great. And that's the very thing, Howard, I would have totally, and this is, again, making the truth your own. If you go fight like that, fight the good fight, no, I don't agree with that. You you don't play. You see, a war needs two sides to have a war happen. So if one side says, I'm not going to play anymore. Sometimes we're forced into standing our ground. I get that. But what I'm saying is as far as living a layer of neutrality is, stop watching politics. Some of you right here in this chat, you're enamored by politics. You watch politics. And you sit there and you get emotionally involved with it. What do you think happens to that energy? That's you partaking in the game. That's what I'm saying on not partaking in the game. That's what I mean. Evil will never prevail, Howard, because that is not how this golden age to dark age works. Life is cyclical. It's just like when you get sick, when your body's healthy, and then you go out there and maybe go travel and you get the flu or you get a cold. It's cyclical. It moves through you. When you're a baby and then you compare yourself to a senior citizen ready to die, huge difference. Golden age to dark age. And then it repeats. This is kind of, this card right here is kind of what I'm talking about. This guy right here. This is the 5 of Swords. 5 of Spades. Tied to the Georgia Guidestones, by the way. But this card right here is, you can see the characters in the background. They're like, they've thrown their swords down. I'm like, I'm not playing. And this guy's got like this smirk on his face. It's like, haha, you guys are sore losers. Why is it my responsibility to play the game? I learned that if you can't turn on the political debate without giving it your energy, you shouldn't be watching it. You haven't mastered that part. And I would suggest highly anyway, none of you watch it, because you're giving it your energy by staring at the screen, and that energy is going to go to those people on that screen and wherever else they're going to dictate the energy from. That's how magic works. Magic works by energy flow. Howard, you're in hell, Brett, my brother. This is purgatory. This is hell right here. You're in it. Okay, you're in hell. We're all in hell right now. All of us. That's why life is a joke. That's why people say, I'm going to make heaven on earth. Well, that wouldn't be a real statement if we weren't in hell. If you're going to make heaven on earth, that means you're in hell. You know, I just had this conversation with somebody, and I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, exactly. East saying the only way to win is not to play. War Games, 1983. Tron Legacy, 2012. You don't want to play the game. I'm not going out there to play the game. It's a fine line. Figure out how to do that. But those of you that are still following politics, pick it. You like I can see it. It's just like, if you're picking a side, if you think Trump's going to save you and, oh, he got the election stole from him. Folks, it's all theater. It is all freaking theater. That's all that is. It's all theater. You pay $20 to go to the movies and you get emotionally involved with the movie. It's not even real, and you're crying and you're laughing at something that's not even real. What do you think? This reality is real? Because it's not a movie? You're in the Truman Show. You're in a movie right now, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're in. We're in a damn movie. This is a soap opera. It's just... So yeah, is there a way to get out? Can you graduate? Well, the Law of One material says you will, which is Ra, which is the sun god, the sun devil. Is there a way to get out of this reality? Well, again, I showed what I felt was the way to get out, and that was to live a life of neutrality. Be lukewarm. Don't be hot or cold. Hot or cold is playing the game. Be lukewarm. Just be an observer. That's how you end up ascending through a lot of these ancient texts. Nirvana is ascending with no attachments. That means you can't have any beliefs. Is there an end to the cycle? Yes, there always is an end to a cycle. Is there an end to human beings' lives? We're born, we die. We're born, we die. It's like, go watch Pac-Man, folks. That's our reality. We're the little ghosts chasing Pac-Man, which is the sun. There's 244 pellets on every board tied to the element plutonium. Plutonium is Pluto, which is Shiva, the god of destruction. And we're the ghosts. And when Pac-Man eats you, what happens? You go to the center, into the cube, and you regenerate, and you come back out on the board, and you're chasing Pac-Man again. We're the ghosts. It's just a big joke. I'm gonna show all of you. Let me see how many people I got. I'm gonna do my little sneak peek. Okay, cool. Awesome, we got almost 200 people in here. That's great. This decoding world's growing. Okay. I'm going to now give you guys my sneak peek. I'm going to show you how this freaking reality is just all goddamn theater. Okay? It's all theater. You guys are ready? I hope you guys are ready. I'm going to show you. I was the Pac-Man champ. All right. You guys ready? I'm going to give you, I have like 7 slides. But this is going to be pretty profound. And this is how my life is scripted. And I'm just like you, folks. I'm Logan. You know, I had done a reading for somebody, and I'm a big shout out to Tiffany, if you're watching this, because she had said to me, she's like, and this completely resonated with me, so I'm going to be referencing this, and a big shout out to her. She said, Logan, you're a tour guide. And I was like, oh my God, that's funny. And of course I did the numerology, and of course tour and guide are both 19. Logan's 19. I was like, oh my God, this is hilarious. So and that's what I feel like. I feel like I'm this tour guide that's giving everybody like a tour of how this reality works. Whatever you do with it, not my problem, not my responsibility. I have the Trapped and Limited card, my birth card. I showed you how to get out. It's just all a joke, and I'm so dialed into the code now, and I stand and I own that space. I'm confident, and it's not to brag. I am embedded into this code. The code's embedded into me, and I'm getting tighter and tighter with the code. And the truth is coming out tighter and tighter and more defined. And the path is getting more narrow and more narrow. And I'm getting in tune with it. So just today, I wake up to start my day. And when I first got into my front of my computer, started going through my rhythm. I get on YouTube, and there's a video, as you know, YouTube displays its whatever it displays. There's a video of O.J. Simpson. Now, what the hell was he doing on my screen? I'm going to show you what it was there. Just like when I decoded Astroworld, I watched Avengers Endgame. I was supposed to watch it, clearly. And then Wonder Woman 1984. Clearly the connection was there. So I'm going to show you the connection. Like randomly, YouTube throws out O.J. Simpson. Did YouTube put it out, or did the universe put it out? Whatever runs this reality. Well, it's whatever runs this reality, that's what threw it out. Because I hadn't even talked about this dude. Because we know when you talk, sometimes things pop up. I didn't mention this dude's name. It was just there. It was actually on my phone. My phone YouTube. So I just like, whenever I see these are symbols, so and it popped into my head, and I noticed it. I'm like, what the heck? O.J. Simpson. I'm like, okay. And I watched this whole trial back in the day, and I was enamored by it. I was asleep back then. Anyways, it led me to this decode that I have shelved called Brain Damage. And it's tied to Pink Floyd. And I'm going to show all of you that. So, here we go. You guys ready? Whoop. All right. So here is the kind of the main slide I created. And I put there, of course, the prism, the pyramid with the, when we're in this prism, if you will. And out emerges the colors of the rainbow, which is the hue man. The hue man slowed down into physical matter, which is lead. And of course, it does have 2 sides to it, which causes the shape, well, it ends with defining the shape of the octahedron. So you have the tetrahedron and the octahedron tied to the octopus and Yaldabaoth, of course. Can't leave out the Gnostic demiurge. So it started with this many, many months ago. And then it ended up moving into this guy right here. And this is the comedy. This is where I was just like, I was on the floor laughing, literally. Because I just think this is a big joke. And let me narrate this for you, ladies and gentlemen. At the very top left is his name, O.J. Simpson. Notice his birthday, July 9th. July is 7, and the 9th, 79 is gold. 1947 is the same year that the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in the caves, 1946 and 1947. 47 is Tetragrammaton, tied to titanium, which is Saturn's moon. Just to the right top, you'll see a big red arrow. 32 letters in this statement. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. 32 letters in that statement. And it's tied to Pink Floyd, and I'm going to get into that in a minute. But you'll notice it's 131 as its total numerology. And if you just follow the arrow down to the element that's blue to your far right, which is called xenon. Xenon is the 54th element, 54 protons, and that's tied to the words sun, earth, and moon, the Trinity, the incarnation, reincarnation process. The xenon means stranger. It comes from the word xenos, from the Greek, and it means stranger. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. You'll notice that xenon has an atomic weight of 131.904. You bring that just to the left, moving into the numberempire.com. The number 131 is the 32nd prime number. And just below that, of course, is the number that O.J. Simpson wore on his jersey, number 32. And then just to the left of that, is the July 9th card. O.J. Simpson's birth card is the 6 diamonds card. And notice, what number is it? It's the 32nd card. Now, do you think that O.J. Simpson got the number 32 because he was into the playing cards and he knew about them? Maybe. Did he choose that number? I didn't even go back and research what his number was in college. I didn't look yet. But was he given that number by somebody that was in the occult, that knew the mystical card system? And they knew, oh my God, this guy's born on the gold day. July 9th is 79, which is gold. But you see, folks, back when he was playing the game in the 70s, Pink Floyd albums didn't come out until 1973, and this guy started playing football before that. But yeah, there's a connection, and I'm going to show you that. Because then we go down to this slide right here, and here's the album called Dark Side of the Moon, and I decoded this. And there's a song on the album called Brain Damage. Now, I want you to think about what I'm showing you logically, from a very logical and common sense kind of situation in your mind right now. Brain Damage. Okay? It was written by Roger Waters, and the label of this album is Harvest. What does the word harvest mean? Use your common sense. Just to the right of it on this screen is the card that is linked to March 1st, 1973, the day that this album came out. Keep in mind that March 1st is 13 or 31, which is pi. The 9 spades, which is card 48. 9 spades is a card of complete transformation. But here's where it gets interesting. You see, we bring OJ back into this, and he's got the 6 diamonds card. And if you take the 6 and you bring it in together with the number 9, what do you get right there, ladies and gentlemen? You're going to get, whoops, hold on a sec. Oh, I just screwed that up. I don't think I saved my... I didn't save it. But you're going to get the yin-yang. 69 or 96 is the yin frickin' yang. And if you weren't convinced on what I just showed you, here's the timestamp of O.J. Simpson's birthday and the day this album came out. Not using the years, just the days on the calendar. March 1st and July 9th is a span of 131 days. And what's the 131 tied to? The element xenon, which is tied to, there's someone in my head, but it's not me. That's Brain Damage, folks. That's the song that was written by Roger Waters, and that was one of the pieces of the lyrics. So you can see the comedy in this. What is this telling us? It's telling me, anyway, loud and clear, I don't know about you, but this reality is 1,000% scripted. This guy was being used. Whether he did this horrendous crime of killing 2 people, I wasn't there. And obviously the court said he didn't. But whether you believe he did or didn't doesn't make a difference. Both Goldstein and Nicole were both kings. Goldstein was a king diamonds. Nicole was a king clubs. Both kings. And this guy right here, his mind was not his own. And I don't know how you would even describe something like this beyond what I'm telling you. There's someone in my head, but it's not me, and it's 32 letters, which is a match to the guy's jersey, which is a match to Pink Floyd and Dark Side of the Moon. And when you bring the two cards together, it's the yin yang. And when you look at their timestamps, it's linked to the element xenon, which is 131, which is, there's someone in my head, but it's not me. There's the yin yang. Had them out of order. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, how about the length of the song? Brain Damage. It's 3 minutes and 48 seconds. If you take 3 and you add it to number 48, you're going to get the number 51, which is the element antimony. And what is antimony? Just to the right of that, right underneath the album, that's the icon the Royal Society of Chemistry has on their website. The very reason why they do, and the explanation that they'll tell you about it, is because they used to put antimony sulfide under their eyes back in the Egyptian times. The all-seeing eye. And just to the right of that is the brain. If you slice open your brain, you're going to find the all-seeing eye right there, ladies and gentlemen. The word antimony is the number 28, a direct match to the word architect. Brain damage, the brain, the all-seeing eye. You think this is an accident? You think man's doing this? You are absolutely nuts. That's my opinion, by the way. So there you have it, folks. That's I just put that together just a few hours ago before I started this transmission. And I don't know how else we're supposed to describe something of this. And this is not just a one-hit wonder. I do have those, but this is not just a one-time thing, folks. I have over 200 videos now decoding people, places, and things, just like I did with O.J. Simpson and Pink Floyd. I decoded Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon, and I'm showing the same kinds of things, same kind of connections. And it would be, I think it's just disrespectful and irresponsible and just ludicrous thinking to point the finger and say, yeah, man's coding this. Come on, lady. When do you actually draw the line in the sand and you make the realization in your own mind that mankind this guy was being used? Pink Floyd was being used to make the albums, to sing the songs. That's their job, their responsibility. We just write it off as like, oh, we just came together as a band and we wrote some albums and we're one of the most popular bands of all time. Pink Floyd's 39. 39's tied to Lucifer. Lucifer's 28 in the Chaldean. And the original text, it's hell. Hyll is 39. Pink Floyd's 39. It's the sun. The architect. It's a joke, folks. It's just when you look at these layers that I show, how else are we supposed to describe this stuff? I came out with Astroworld and I showed how Travis Scott was born on the same day as Bugs Bunny's preliminary release, Bugs Bunny's birthday, and the Looney Tunes symbol, it was the same symbol behind the stage. People just write that off. They're like, oh, there was 10 people and 20 people, and there were people getting ejected, and it's like, what about what I'm showing you? People are not ready, ladies. People are not ready. They're not ready. They love that world. They love the static. They love the matrix. They're not ready to get out of it. They're not. Howard, oh my God. Okay, Howard, I'm not trying to pick on you, my friend, but you're like, what do you mean evil Masonic? What are you talking about? Why I hope you're not on that train of it's Masonic. And I'm not even a Mason, but just what? There's evil in everything. There's evil in you. There's evil in me. Mason is 20, duality is 20, free is 20. Those of you that think you have free will or believe that, I think we have some, but there was a point when I didn't believe that. Let me show you what the tarot says. Let me show you what the tarot's got to say. Gosh, yeah. So in numerology, which I told you the standard, in my opinion, the standard numerology cipher, those of you decoders, should be Chaldean. Number 1, it's attached to the cards, it's attached to alchemy, and it's attached to the tarot. Directly, not indirectly, not you don't have to go through more layers, directly. And it's tied to the string of pi. And it's tied to the golden ratio. Shown it over and over. Not the reverses, not the English, even though the English would be the second one, not the septenary. Chaldean. And you know why some decoders won't use it? Because then they'd have to admit that it's the top dog cipher. And they've spent and invested so much time in the other base ciphers that if they went into another one, they would have to admit their defeat. And they will come around, or they're just going to slowly disappear. Slowly disappear. And love is allowing. I don't have to do anything. They're just slowly going to disappear and fade away. Howard, just because the Masons have done, are the Masons the only people that have done anything to you and your family? No one's ever done anything bad to you? Like, it's always been just the Masons that have done anything bad to you? And please don't use that kind of language, because I'll just block you, honestly. Because no one's calling you anything. I'm just simply pointing out that you're labeling entities, and I know that these are not the only archetypes that have done anything wrong to you. It's just you're very fixated on them. And I can clearly tell you, when you realize how magic works, okay, you focusing all your energy on that group, they're just going to keep coming. You got the full throttle on it, man. Those of you, and I'm not pointing Howard out. So Howard, I'm not pointing this out. I'm not putting this on you. But those of you that are playing the finger game and pointing, you're just hammering on the energy. You're just going to get it back. You just got to let that stuff go. The more you give your energy to these archetypes, the more they're going to keep coming. Going to keep showing up. Anyway, the just so we can be crystal clear. The Masons, the Rosicrucians, the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, they're both good and bad. Okay, let's get that straight. Those of you that say they're just straight up bad, well, that's not a true statement. It's both. But there are good and bad in every society. Any archetype that has any kind of power on the world stage has a dark and light side to it. It's been infiltrated, if you want to use that terminology. But let me just show you. Free. The word free, as in free will, free is a 20. The word Mason is a 20. Free Mason, 2020. 2020 vision. What is the definition of a Mason? It means a builder. What do all of us do down here in this reality? We build things, do we not? Even if you're not building with your hands, you're building with your mind. You're building with your voice. You're building with your feelings. You're a Mason. You don't have to belong to a lodge. That's probably why that word was chosen. Because essentially we all build things. And it's tied to the word duality. The word duality equals 20. So you have free, Mason, duality. They're all 20. The number 20 is tied to the number 71 because 71 is the 20th prime number. 71's tied to the element lutetium. And the number 174, it's tied to the sun. This is the 20th card in the deck. What's going on here? So if those of you that believe, do I have free will? Do you have free will? Well, if you think you have free will, and this is the 20th card and free equals 20, what do you think is going to happen when you use that free will? Duality equals 20. Judgment's a direct match. So do we have free will? Do we spin the wheel? Howard, I'm going to put you on timeout, dude, because it's like, I'm not belittling any of the evil on the world stage, man, but you're just so fixated on it, and I don't want that energy here in this chat. Whether or not someone has freedom of speech, man, you're obviously very bitter, which I get. I'm not taking anything away. They swear an oath of death against their own families. Okay, great. A lot of other evil out there that do the same thing. But obviously you have a lot of bitterness, which I'm not taking away because you probably have some experiences on the world stage and things that have happened to you. I'm not belittling that, poo-pooing on it, saying it didn't happen. That's not my position here. All I'm trying to suggest to you is the more you focus on it, the more it's going to keep staying in your life. You need to disembark from those kinds of things. That's all I'm saying. And it's amazing because it's just like for some reason in the occult world, in the decoding world, it's just this big push on if something's wrong or evil, automatically it gets labeled to certain societies. And I got news for you. It's not even them doing it anyway. They're being used. Those society and those people that take oaths, it's just watered down because they are being used. I've shown it. I've proven it, supported it. Those people that you don't like, that you call evil, are just being used. That's it. I'm reading some of your comments. James, can I do a decode on Leonard? If it doesn't strike me as anything right now, and that's very the word, I would have to go dive into it. It's going to have some dates attached to it to really even start decoding it. How convenient. Chaz, what's going on, Chaz? You just were on the Syncretism Society. All right, let's do that. I went on a little bit of a rant. A little bit of a... And folks, you know, I want those of you that are new here, like, love is allowing. I'm all for that, man. But, you know, I'm the only one moderating, and I'm not for just cancer kind of stuff, man. I'm not into that. I mean, I understand people have issues and problems. I get all that. But then I don't want it to infiltrate this chat. I mean, we're here to learn and express ourselves. But man, if you're pointing the finger, I mean, I get you being people are getting screwed over and their family and there's this and that. I get all that stuff, man. But you're bringing that into this, and it's just like I don't know if I want to deal with that kind of stuff. Honestly. And people die all the time. People get killed all the time. There are people being killed in very, very, very ugly and nasty ways in the world right now. And it has nothing to do with any secret society. Just so people are so fixated on that. Just, man, and they're just going to keep getting it. You're just going to keep getting it. When you're fixated on something, it's just going to keep coming back and storming your life until you figure out of how this reality works. And that's my opinion, by the way. Just get my... All right, so I want to just be clear on the phone here. Now, the phone number is very crystal clear. It's a WhatsApp. And it is. I cannot take phone calls. It is a U.S.-based number, but I'm here in Mexico, and this will not allow me to take phone numbers. And I will please ask all of you, if you're going to call in, have a point, have a question, and let's try to make them quick, because I want to try to get through some phone calls here and there. 206. This is Christine, right? 206. Go ahead. You muted your call, 206. I don't know what happened with 206. I think that was Christine. All right. But for those of you that have questions, you want to talk about some decoding. Let's see who this is. 206, go ahead.
Hey, Logan, it's Christine.
Hey, what's happening, Christine? Nice to have you.
Oh,
what do you got for us? What do you want to talk about?
It's good to hear you rant for a minute.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I get a little bit Mars-like. I pull my Mars card out. I do have it in my second house, so yeah. I'm not perfect, I'm trying to be the best little devil I can be. I mean, I don't call myself a guru, so I'm just me.
Right.
I'm a free Logan. That's it. Sometimes I don't act like people want me to behave, but it's all good. What's going on in your world?
You just got to put him in check.
Well, I guess, yeah. I'm all about, I don't want that energy on here. It's just not my.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you know how it is. You know how I roll. You've been around for a while.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So what's going on? What do you want to talk? What do you want to talk about?
Well, there's a lot of things I can talk about, but I just like to be really private.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
But like on my Akashic records, what did you think? Is that crazy?
Yeah. Well, let's talk about some. Let's talk about some decoding stuff. I would love to talk about your Akashic record reading, but nobody will get that point. And I want to try to keep these calls moving and keep this whole chat moving. So, if you have, do you want to talk about something? Any topic? Anything you want decoded? What's your fancy?
Oh, I would just like a card pull.
You just.
I mean, it's. Like,
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Okay, let's pull a card for you. And
do you ever you've done my reading?
Uh-huh.
But the whole astrology thing, I look at it and it's like I'm looking at some Egyptian hieroglyph.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And I've been studying it, and it doesn't sink in.
Well, you gotta keep doing the life coding and stuff like that. I mean,
I do like every day.
Well, what's not clicking for you?
I can't even watch
a
movie without going, I gotta decode this.
What's not clicking? But what's not clicking? Something's not clicking. What's not clicking for you? Are you not owning the space?
What's not clicking is, okay, I know you have, where your sun sign is, and then you have where the planet's houses all are, and when you do a reading, everybody's sun sign is different in a different house, right?
Right.
Am I not getting that?
Yeah, but you just got to figure out what your sun sign is and then go read about it. So if you got the sun, where's your? Well, I forgot. Well, it's been such a long time. What house is your sun in?
It's a Leo.
Right now, but what house number?
That's the part I get confused at.
Okay.
It's all in the top. It's all.
Oh,
in the top.
okay. So you just gotta figure out if it's gonna be from probably 7 to 12. It's gonna be in one of those houses, and you got to know what the number of a house it's in.
Well, it's like
Well, you're gonna guess, so let's not guess. But yeah, but why don't you contact me via email and ask me your question and what I can help you out with, and I'll let you know. And what's really fascinating, here's your tie-in. Here's the card that you pulled through me. It's the Buffalo card. I got a lot of. So it's card number 19, which of course is the Sun card in the tarot. So obviously the Sun wants you to really kind of figure out a little bit more about its position for you in your chart. And it's not really complicated. You may just need a little bit of an overview. So send me an email with that question. Just remind me, because I'm getting inundated, and I'll do my best to help you out. Okay?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, cool.
The funny thing about this is like my third eye, which is the alligator.
Yep.
And then the two cards that go along with it is the moon and the sun.
Yeah, that's your left and right.
Right.
Right. That's your east and west. So that's the energy moving through. That's the energy moving through the alligator.
To figure out, because you said the Trinity is the Earth, Moon, and Sun, or the Sun, however you say it.
Right. Well, that's kind of that can be loosely based with your chart, but that's the third eye. That's moving from east to west, and those energies. So it would be depending on, I don't know if your moon's on the right hand side or the sun's on the right hand side and the alligator's in the middle, but that energy moves from.
Oh.
Huh?
The moon is on the left and the sun is on the right.
Okay, so you got your sun energy moving through the alligator out to the moon in that angle. So east to west. Yeah. So, but it gets complicated because how do you read those energies? And you got, study.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not, remember the totem pole is, but you're not living through your third eye energy right now, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, you got to study the alligator card quite a bit more. The alligator.
I have been.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's like,
Go study the, go study the Jack Spades card. Go to It's All in the Card. Go to it'sallinthecards.com and you can, I had to give you, hold on. Go type in the birthday, February 1st. February 1st, go, and that'll pull the Jack Spades card up, and that's card 50. Go read that card and see what it's got to say about it. Okay?
Oh.
Yeah.
I never really thought about connecting those cards.
Yeah, you can connect them all. Yep.
Yeah.
But touch base with me this coming week, and I'll do my best to get back to you, Christine, all right? Always great to hear from you. All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Have a great night.
One.
You too. Thanks for calling.
All right. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. So there we go. So I have a few text messages. Phone calls. Anybody want to call in? Yeah, Christine does sound like Roseanne Barr. Christine, you sound like Roseanne Barr, or Roseanne Barr sounds like you. All right, here we go. Second call. 325, go ahead.
Hi, yes. I have a question about
Who's calling? What's your? Do you have a? Can you just at least give us your name?
Yes, it's Rosie.
Rosie. Okay, nice to have you, Rosie.
Yes.
Okay. What's your question?
My question is, do you feel I'm not sure if the right word is feel or believe or maybe just think that the Mayans were influenced by the sun to do all those sacrifices that they did?
Everything's got influenced by the sun and the moon. Everything. That's the architect or architects. It's part of the incarnation, reincarnation process from everything I've researched and studied. But, the variation between my opinion right now and what was going on during the Mayan time could be vastly different because, we weren't there when that civilization was around. They may have had a different sun in the sky. They may have had a different moon in the sky. We don't know. All we can do is go off, you know what I'm saying? So it's an opinion that we're just assuming the sun and moon have been there when the Mayans were here.
Exactly.
Right? But we don't know that
it
for
could have been
sure.
a
So there
whole-
could have been another planet in the sky. Who knows? I just don't know.
Oh.
But if we take their timeline right now, well, everybody, what matters is right now, the now moment, right, Rosie? So what matters
Yes,
is the now
yes.
moment for all of us. And the past may not actually have anything to do with right now when it comes to the energies coming through right now. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, it makes perfect sense.
Cool.
Thank you so much. I
Yeah.
always wondered that.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling in.
Okay.
All right, great. Have
Thank
a
you.
good night. You're welcome. All right, so I had a couple more calls come in. I got to figure out how to get this calling down pat. Same with Syncretism Society, man. I told them you guys you get these people calling in at the same time that people are talking, and then you hear the little deet deet, and it's just obviously I don't want anybody to hear that. But all right, here we go. 803, go ahead.
Hey Logan,
Hey, who's speaking?
this is Rizal.
Oh, hi, Rizzo.
I had one of your decodes, last year.
Oh, hey, what's
yeah,
going
I wanted
on?
to ask,
Yeah, what's going on?
oh, it's good. I'm good. I'm good.
You're not. Are you in the
nice to
military
hear-
still? You were.
I'm actually getting out.
Nice.
And I sure did see that coming with my transits. They got a lot of 12 house transits going on right now. But
Okay.
I wanted to make a quick question. I want to know if you believed in ghosts, spirits, demons. Are they good and bad? And do they have an influence on our codes, or can they possess us and influence us?
Okay. Cool. Well, if you go study if you go study the Society of Jesus back, I think they were really hundreds and hundreds of years ago, according to history. They had a school that they'd bring you to, and they put you through this 30-day course, I think it was. And their philosophy was there's angels and demons that are pulling your strings. And then you get into the 72 angels and demons in the biblical sense, and you now have a lineup of those. And then you get into the element germanium, which is tied to the number 32, which I didn't show that part, but on the O.J. Simpson and Pink Floyd, the number 32 is tied to the number 72 because the 32nd element is germanium, which has an atomic weight of 72, and that's tied to the angels and demons. So yes, I believe in all the above of what you just said. And these energies, of course, can either be separate. I can't prove that there's separate entities, like there's separate demons and separate angels that are kind of like doing all their kind of positions. That's very possible. But I believe ultimately they end up working for the same source, or it's just the same source, and the personality of the source of what runs this reality is what we call the angels and demons. So it's kind of like the identity of the source and then the spirit of the source working harmoniously, just like we have our identity and our spirit. So as
Right.
above, so below. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, I really like how you inserted your source for looking up into the you said Jesus. Can you name that again? I'm sorry.
On Jesus?
Yeah, you said you dropped a source on where I could study the origins of demons and spirits.
Oh yeah. If you go study, this is just one layer of it, and I just like to use it because I know it pisses people off. But if you go study the Society of Jesus, and then you have these maniacs that are just so dead set against these societies. But if you study that Society of Jesus, and then Ignatius of Loyola, who was the founder of it, and you go back and just research all their stuff on Wikipedia, you're going to see that their retreat that they would bring you to study underneath them was about knowing that there's angels and demons on the world stage, and they're both pulling at your strings.
Right. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna look at that. Thank you for answering my question, Logan. I'm gonna hop back on your live
Yeah.
on YouTube.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling in. Nice to hear
All right.
from you again.
Have a good day.
You too.
You too.
All right. So I think it's Rizel. And she's an astrology fan. So I'm going through some of your comments. We had some calls come in, so the phone lines are open. All right, so here we go. I know they're going to pile in. 868,
Hey.
go ahead.
Hey, good night, Logan. It's Chaz from Trinidad.
Hey, what's up, Chaz? How are you?
Good
Well, you
guy.
got
I didn't
lucky.
realize
2
you
shows
were-
in one night. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
You figured out the phone call system.
I didn't even realize you had a show after, so I was so glad. I
Yeah,
got
man.
through.
Yeah.
When I called earlier on the Secret Society, I didn't realize what you was. I came on late now, so I wasn't really aware of everything was going on. So
Yeah. Well, I was trying not to be involved with what I do because really the spotlight was on Campbell and the mud floods in Tartaria. And I was just
Right.
asked to sit in last minute. So I was, like in the right place at the right time. So I'm like, yeah.
yeah, man, that's cool because I read you're more into astrology, so it's cool. You're the perfect person to ask the questions I have now.
Sure. Go ahead.
Right. Well, actually, I kind of changed my question. Cause now I'm wondering if you know about there's something called red light, green light tables with the moon. A lady named Debbie Kempton Smith showed this book, Secrets of the Stargazers Notebook. I don't know
Okay.
if you ever heard of it before. But-
Red light,
but-
green light. Is that what you said?
Yeah, she coined that term red light, green light using the moon, using the different signs of the moon, like
Uh-huh.
Aries, Taurus. So if your sun is like I'm Aries sun, so whenever the moon is in Aries, she said those days are perfect for like doing contracts and business and making decisions.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you know about that or if you believe in that or is that true or anything like that.
Well, I think the planets obviously have their say and everything. I like to reference the planets as our team. Like, and you're the coach of the team. So you got to know, and the planets, to me, being the team members of your energies and your cosmic blueprint, they're fixed. And so, you it's like going out and yelling at the sun when it's too hot out. The sun doesn't care what you think. So you got to know what the sun's doing at the degrees that it's at in the sky, and then of course the zodiac sign that it's living through, and then if there's any other influences in that house as well. And then you have to take into consideration that there's not just the tropical, the western, you also have the sidereal / Vedic, right? And you may be like, I can tell all of you listening to this that are astrology fans, I am born on February 4th and I am in the western. I'm a Aquarius, but not in the Vedic. Nope. I'm a Capricorn.
Right.
Yeah, and so which
Your
one's
body
right? Both. They're both right.
Right. It's different readings. Is a different side of the coin then.
Yeah, they're
In a way.
both right. And I mean, I showed in my Decode Astro World how the Western spoke and then the Vedic spoke with Rahu and being in the certain nakshatra. I study the nakshatras a lot because there's so much truth to them.
Like the Yuga cycles and the Kali Yuga. We're in the Kali Yuga right now.
Yep. Yeah, so we're in the dark age. So
You're born on the day of Bob Marley, and Bob Marley shares your birthday.
Bob Marley, does he? Are you sure?
Yep. 100%
Bob,
February 4th.
I never knew that because okay, I never knew that because it doesn't show up. Like I always knew that like Alice Cooper's got the same birthday as me, Lawrence Taylor
Right.
from the Giants.
Wow.
I knew those guys because they pop up. No, Bob Marley's
Yeah.
February. Bob Marley says February 6th, bro.
February
I'm February 4th. Yeah, he's February 6th.
Okay, I'll mix it up. But well, I always thought it was the 4th though.
Yeah.
But okay, I know I don't want to stay too long. Well, I was asking about this other thing that I heard Santos talk about this. I don't know if you know about it though. He was talking about how the houses are positioned on a chart, right? Whenever he explains the houses, he does it a different way, where Aries starts where Pisces starts on a chart on the houses.
Yep.
It goes the opposite way. Can you use that same method on normal natal chart, or I try to understand what he was explaining.
Well, the way I explain it, I don't know how every astrologer is pretty much unique, right? And Santos has his own unique ways, and he's very good at what he does. So I use the as above and the so below. The as above chart is tied to the Masonic arch, which is where Aries is in in the 9 o'clock position, and then it wraps clockwise. So it goes Aries, then Taurus to the top, and then Gemini all the way down to Libra. And those cover the 7 colors of the rainbow, the arch. And then that leaves... Huh?
You said Gemini to the top?
Yeah, in the as above chart, you'd have Aries, and then you'd have Taurus to the north, going up instead of going down.
Right. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the exact thing he does.
Right. That's the correct way that I see it as well. So you have the as above chart and then the so below. And when you mesh the two together with your astrology readings, which is more advanced, you can get a different picture, because the as above chart puts Capricorn on the dance floor. I call the dance floor, the yin energy on which represents under the earth, right? And the yang energy would be the moon and Cancer. But on the so below chart, those are flipped.
Because the normal natal chart people look at when you go on astro.com is not that way. It's the other way, right?
Right. On astro.com, astro.com is going to be the regular so below chart, where you have Aries and Taurus going to the south, going counterclockwise.
So your method, right? Doesn't the zodiacs on the outside, they also change, or they stay the same?
No, they change. Yeah.
Or they change with the houses as well. They go the same direction as the houses.
No, not always. They'll flip and move, and no, they're not always in conjunction of the standard default. They'll actually flip and turn, and I can authentically tell you, I haven't figured out why that is and how that is and all that stuff based upon our birthdays. That I don't know how to explain to anybody, because not everybody's chart moves, like a doorknob. Some of them are mirrored and flipped, and then they move like a doorknob, and it gets complicated.
But okay, is there any way I can find out this method you're talking about as above, so below? Is there any way I can go and look it up or find it?
I have. I did a decode on. You're part of the Syncretism Society, right?
Well, I'm a member. I'm not really a proper member of it as yet, though. I think I signed in.
Okay, yeah. My Cosmic Sugar, I think I had done. I think that was Chinese and Western though, but I think in one of my decodes I have the as above chart. Well, actually, as a matter of fact, I do. On my Astro World Decoded, one of the slides during that decode, I showed the as above and the so below charts side by side. I just don't remember where. Yeah, let me just tell you. Yeah, I will just tell you where that's at. Yeah, but if you go to that video, you'll find it.
On your same channel here?
On my channel, if you go to the Astro World Decoded, it's the fourth one in. Let me find it. It's at...
Okay, cool. I can probably find it. If it's the fourth one in,
it's at 53 minutes and 33 seconds is where you'll see the as above and so below chart. 53:11. 53 minutes and 11 seconds, you're going to see it.
53:11. Fourth one down from Astro.
Astro World Decoded, yeah, you'll find the as above, so below chart. Yep.
Oh, thanks a lot. I don't know if by chance you can pull a card for me. I never got a card.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Do you have a specific question, or you just want to know what the most important thing to focus on in life right now would be for you?
Well,
because it'll be general.
More towards money, finances. How finances might be flowing, if it's positive, productive, or stuff like that.
Well, I can tell you right now that if any of you resonate with this question Chaz is asking about finances and money, if you're looking to increase that, you got to get in the mindset of that, right? And the best person to teach that is Bob Proctor, who's been a huge influence in my life. There's a workshop on YouTube called Born Rich, and I've suggested this countless times throughout these presentations and transmissions. Born Rich. Go watch Born Rich. Don't watch it once. Watch it every single day for 6 months. Now, that may seem like overkill, but how bad do you want it? How much more currency do you want to add to your life? All right, so let's get you a card. Finances and currency for Chaz. Most important thing to focus on in life. So you got the Wheeler Dealer card. This is interesting because it's the 2 of diamonds, and that's obviously you got the infinity symbol there, juggling many things. Like, what's going on in your life right now? Are you multitasking? Are you taking on too many things at one time? Or
thank you. I have 4 children.
What's that?
I have 4 kids.
4 kids. Well, you're really multitasking. Yeah, you're really multitasking. But this is one of the architect cards, the architect.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's probably, I mean, you're multitasking, but at what point, I would say with the download that I get is, when are you going to really hone in on getting away from multitasking and focusing on what is important to you and making yourself level up in the game? And my prescription as a metaphysician would be, go watch the Born Rich series. That's what I would do.
Born rich.
Yep.
Oh, thanks
Over
for
and
that,
over and
brother.
over and over. And if you need help with it, just send me an email. Like if you forget or you need some more suggestions. I actually even have the original workbook I can email you, Born Rich. But I would go watch
Okay.
that.
I'll watch it. I know Bob Proctor. He's from Law of Attraction. He's from The Secret, the
Yep.
original Secret.
That's how I found him.
Documentary.
Yep.
I watched it back in 2000 and what is
Yep.
6 or 7? Yeah, back in the days.
He's awesome.
Yeah, man. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Thanks, Lord.
Okay, Chaz, you got it, brother. Thanks for the questions and the time, my friend. All the best to you and your family.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks,
Love in the
brother.
house.
Yep, thanks.
Good.
All right. So if you resonate with that, folks, if you're in, I've said this so many times over these transmissions, if you are seeking more currency to come into your life, Bob Proctor, Born Rich, YouTube. It's been remastered. There's like, it's like 10 hours of how to change your mindset to focus on bringing currency into your life. But I'm going to tell all of you here and now one thing, and that is if you think you're just going to watch it one time and your life's going to magically change, you're going to be sadly mistaken. You got to use repetition over and over and over and over and over. That's why you're good at your job that you're at right now. You may not like it, but you're good at it because you have a lot of practice at it. You got to practice the Born Rich to change the way your outcome is with currency. Here we go. So we have another call coming in. +31. Who's calling? Where's this from? +31. I love the area, the calling code.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm grateful.
Great way to be. Do you have a name?
My name is Asha.
Asha. Nice to have you. And where you
Thanks.
where you
This is
calling
the
from?
first time.
Where you calling from?
This is the first. It's from Holland. But I'm not from here. This is the first time I see you on YouTube.
Oh, good. Well, thank you for
I've never
the
seen your
support.
face before.
Oh, okay. All right. How did you
Do
find
you
me?
do you have a brother named Daniel?
A brother? No, I have a sister named Danielle, but not a brother.
Oh, that's what I'm picking up. I'm picking
you're
that
psychic.
name from you. I no, just trying to deal with everything.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a
So, just imagine yourself as the last man on earth.
Okay.
Yeah. And how would you start your calendar from that point?
How would I start from that point of being the last man on earth?
How would you start the calendar?
Ooh. That's a challenging question. I think I would really revel in my loneliness for a while and experiencing the planet without anything on it, no distractions, to be honest with you.
Because, look, to me, the time passes from the end to the beginning.
Sure.
And I always get this connection with God and ask him what time it is. I don't look at the calendars. So, been studying a lot of Santos Bonacci lately.
Great
trying
person to study
figure
from.
out where he's from,
Yep.
where he's coming from, and he always says that everything you can pick up from the stars, whatever happened. Well, that's assuming that someone has made that decision that now the calendar must start. The calendar has started way before we were here, right?
Correct.
So it makes no sense to me logically that this calendar is something you should go to, because it has been started from the moment that people made that decision, not God.
Yeah, but mankind's being used by the GOD. So my belief is that this reality is absolutely scripted by symbols, numbers, letters, and it all can be measured. And so whatever the starting point was, we know that it's a reset because it's going from one age to the next, golden to the dark age. So everything inside an age can be measured and utilized. So these cards and the calendar and the numbers, they're all personalities or archetypes. That's why I can point you in the
Right.
direction of what your birth card is, and it will be 90 to 100% accurate. And this is coming
Can
from
you
someone
pull
who
a card
doesn't know
for
you.
me?
Yeah, well, what's your birthday? Just give me your month and day.
18 September.
18 of September.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the 6 clubs card, which in the tarot, it's tied to the card of victory. It's also tied to the sun. So it's
Well, I
these
have a
cards.
big connection with the sun.
You have a big connection with
I
the
have
sun.
a big
Well,
connection.
yeah. So
Well-
your birth card. Let me show you. And this is going to be a little bit of a delay because of the phone call versus me being on the camera there. But your birth
Hold
card.
on, 5 years ago, I've been back to the sun when I was dead
Mm,
for a moment.
okay. But this is your birth card right here. Card number 19. 19 is the battery. 19th card in the tarot is the sun card. But the card that matches the 6 of clubs, which is your birth card, is the 6 of wands. So this card actually has 2 cards tied to it. But it's the 6 of wands. And this card right here, the 27th card in the deck, tied to nickel and the architect, it is the card of victory. It's the card of victory. You have the card of victory. 6s, of course, are tied to the third eye. So do you dream a lot? Do you meditate a lot? You probably see things through your third eye, yeah?
When I in the dreams get to be trained, so that it's actually a good thing that it's being downloaded into your subconscious, and people are so obsessed in remembering everything, but it's not necessary. When you get to completely surrender to it,
Yep.
then you don't get to get older, because time and space doesn't exist.
Right. Well, it doesn't exist in the essence of that not existing, but here in this 3-dimensional reality, it exists. So, I mean, I get when people say time is an illusion, it's not real. But when I look at my clock and the time starts moving, it's certainly real. So we have...
Oh, I don't look at the clock.
Okay. All right, cool.
I did not check the calendar in a very long time. And no one wants to sell me alcohol. They think I'm under 18. I'm almost 40.
Oh, that's a good trait to have.
Yeah, well, that's when you stop using the 3D, and you don't want to hang in 4D. The other woman had questions about ghosts and spirits. When you come from the point that space doesn't exist, you get to concentrate on the dome.
Uh-huh.
And what can and cannot pass it. And when you know that the moon was the sun before, you also understand the resets. So whatever is stuck at the dome, it's communicating with us. But these energies had extreme ethics
Mm-hmm.
throughout their lives, going through that they never surrendered.
Mm-hmm. Got
What
it.
do you think about that?
Say that again. You said something about energies and not surrendering.
These, yeah, their ethics. They have
Ethics.
never ever, yes, always attached ethics through their lifetimes,
Mm-hmm.
all of the lifetimes.
Sure. Well, I believe in ethics. I mean, I don't eat animals because, ethics is the main reason why I don't. I don't do it for health purposes. That's
You
just my.
don't eat yourself.
Yeah. But I mean, I
Have you
understand.
tried to drink in your urine too?
I've done it one time, but that was the only time. But I know it's healthy. I know it. Urine therapy actually is.
You know that if you put it in your ear, it goes amazing.
In your
things.
ear.
At night. Yeah,
Interesting.
sleep with it.
Huh. Okay. Well, I like this phone call
But
so far.
how did you what happened when your inner eye opened?
What happened? Oh, so many things. You know, I'm tapped into the code. I've realized that my life is completely operated through a code that's running me.
Yeah, hold on, but what happened? Head injury, death, trauma,
Nothing. Just studied.
nothing?
No, nothing traumatic, nothing physical. Just, I mean, I
Dreams?
have, well, I mean, I do have tinnitus. I've had tinnitus since 2010. It's kind of around the time when I feel like 2008, I think, is the year that I personally would say, like people say, when did you wake up? When did you finally wake up? Probably around that area, 2008, maybe 2007. But just shortly thereafter, I had gotten tinnitus and it hasn't gone away. And I've gotten so
Alright,
used
but
to it.
have you been abducted?
No. No.
Even your energetical body has been abducted, not you physically.
Maybe,
but
I don't know. I mean,
energetical
I have
body.
great sleep. I actually look forward to going to sleep because I sleep 8 or 9 hours usually every single
right.
night.
That's my favorite thing to do too. I cannot wait. I
Oh,
never go
I love sleep.
after
I love it.
10.
I love sleep.
Always before 10.
Uh-huh.
And always wake up early in the morning just before the sunset.
Oh, okay.
So I follow the sun.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Very cool. I like the concept of you saying that the moon was originally the sun. That is interesting because that kind of goes in line with this sun being on a timer and it burning out, and then maybe that sun's going to move into another moon, and that's how these planets get, multiple moons. Their suns and then they burn
there
out.
is a crack in the dome. If you can, the Milky Way, it's that crack in the dome
Right.
that everyone is wondering about.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have.
damage.
Yeah, I have.
Damage.
I'm maybe the I would say the dome is the firmament of the eggshell around the Earth. I have a friend of mine. His name's Mark, and he's very, very interesting guy. And he says that he's the first guy to be using 7 senses, not 5, not 6, 7. And he says that there are machines above the dome that have been drilling into the dome, just like the movie The Matrix. And he says that the shooting stars and pieces of the comets that they say, those are pieces of the dome that are breaking off. And and he says the machines are going to enter our space in May of 2022 of this coming up. That's what he claimed. A pretty interesting concept.
Extremely interesting, but there is also another kind of shooting stars, because the high beings that are stuck at the dome, they are communicating with us very, very well. And I just suggest to everyone that's listening to drop their phone and go look outside in the stars. And when you lose the whole fear, when you lose completely the whole fear, and you feel like you're the last person in the world, that's when they communicate. And they will shoot these stars at you, right where you sit. It's kind of amazing how you can connect their thoughts with yours telepathically. And so that's how you're connecting these neurons in the brain that we're living in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get my downloads from the little voice in my head, and things just come out at me. Songs pop in my head, movies, titles, and that's how I end up communicating with it, with whatever's trying to communicate with me. So I just
the spirit world always whispers in your ear.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that.
And they work with these beings, so when the spirits always watching you, and they bring these energies along because they are being trained by them, and if you are worthy enough, you get to see them too. But it takes years.
Sure. Well, if it's in my code, I just trust my code now, Asha. So that's just how I roll. I just know I'm supposed to be exactly where I'm supposed to be.
The real magic is to separate it from the code.
Well, okay.
And create from the beginning. I mean, from the end.
Right. Well, Well, interesting.
Really.
Yeah, no. Well, I'll definitely take into consideration what you're saying. I'm always open to new energies coming in and all that kind of stuff. So, but anyway,
Listen, traveling from through the wormhole is just to connect emotionally with the loop of time in your head, and you get to get sucked in and organize everything inside, just like you're in the closet.
interesting.
You get to really organize everything just like in the closet, how you want it to be, but you need to deeply and emotionally be attached to the moment where the loop has started and go through the loop again emotionally, step by step, and then made a decision that you want this to finish some other way. The universe will answer your question right away, but you get to be in such a state of mind that absolutely you know that if that is not going to happen, your heart will break into pieces.
Interesting concepts. What was your name again? Aisha? Did I say that right?
Yeah, Asha.
Asha. Okay, cool. It's a cool name, by the way. All right. Well, thanks for calling in and sharing.
You're very cool as well.
Thank you so
You're
much.
very good, cool as well.
I appreciate that.
Magician. Magician.
Yeah, we all are. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your heart with us tonight. Thank you so much.
Kisses to everyone, you guys, and they are neither good or bad.
Yep.
None of them.
Yep.
The intention is the motor that drives everything.
Agreed. Well said there.
Love you and God bless you.
All right, much
Thanks
love to
for the
you.
call.
Thank you so much for calling in. So there you have it, folks. Another nice spin on this reality. And what I tell you, what I was drawn towards was kind of connecting to another world. That's number one. And then number two was the moon actually being a star at one point, and what she's saying, it burned out and now it's the moon. And I find that absolutely fascinating. And I'm just like, wow, is that really how it works? Could that be a possibility? Could that really be the truth? Well, I have said before, I think the sun's on a timer. So is that what's going to happen? That kind of gives me another broad stroke. It's like if the sun's going to go out, well, the sun would then share the space with the moon, and now the earth would have two moons, and we'd have a new sun coming in, which I think is going to happen anyway. All right, so let's get this person calling in here. 372, go ahead.
Logan. Hi, Logan. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good.
You've called. Who's this? I know you've called in before. Can you give us your name?
Ralph.
Ralph, that's it. Ralph. Nice to have you, Ralph. How are you, man? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing fine. If you remember, I'm the guy who was doing the NFT project.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you how it went.
Okay. Because you were studying the Born Rich stuff, right?
Yeah. I was grinding that stuff for months, and I got watching that stuff like it kind of blinded me to my mistakes, because I was having like these classes on that I cannot fail and stuff, and I didn't see the mistakes I was doing.
Okay.
And basically like 1% only sold out, although the project was like super well made, but I ran it all by myself and I failed.
Okay.
Well, I cannot call it a fail.
Yeah, you didn't fail. You learned something though. So if you look at the failure as, what did you learn from the failure that we call a failure? And then just transmute that energy.
Yeah, I learned, like, I feel like I have aged in the past, like 4 months. I have aged like 20 years.
Okay.
Have met people and made connections that I've never thought I'd be possible. Like the project got collaboration with Chainlink and Snapchat and stuff, but it still failed. So yeah,
Okay. Are you still watching the Born
Okay.
Rich stuff? Are you still doing that repetition? Going
Well,
through it.
I have stopped for like now I'm on my second grind. Like I have it's something else that I do. I need as I know I'm deeply connected with crypto, and I know how it's gonna go, and I'm just grinding every day to just make the bag to when the crypto goes up. I'll like be secure because money is super important to me.
Sure.
And people who say like money isn't important, money is very important, especially to me because I'll get a reading from you sometimes, and when we do the reading, then I'm pretty sure the reading will say as well that I need money to like feel secure and do the things I really like love.
Well, the reading definitely is going to show you, your blueprint and all that kind of stuff. Thanks for calling in, Ralph. Nice to hear from you. And I'm going to make some comments off air here for you. But thanks for calling in. It's always nice to hear from you, brother. Keep us updated on your progress. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, brother. Much love over there to you.
Can we do a card?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Don't want to forget that.
Yeah, let's do a card about what will my money situation be at the end of this year.
Wow.
By the end of this year.
All right. Well, Hangman. You know what the Hangman is, right? Hangman, surrender.
Surrender.
Surrender. So what do you surrender to? You just you surrender to it. You don't try to control it. You surrender to your code. You surrender to where you're going, what your efforts, like if you put in this time. Sometimes what we do is, as human beings, we put time into something and it doesn't pay off. And we treat life like it's a scratch ticket. Like we want to scratch off and like, oh, I just won $100. And you go into the store and like, here, give me my $100. That's how we have been programmed as human beings. We treat life like a scratch ticket. So if we put a week of time in at a job, we get a paycheck. We're programmed that way. If you put time into a relationship, you feel like it's going to pay off. Like, I'm going to marry this person one day. That's what you end up expecting. So we end up looking for the payoff in every facet of life. But this card's telling you just to surrender. Just let go. You can't control everything. And you should go with your heart, of course. And then the card says you'll be illuminated when you let go. Make sense?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Thanks for calling in, Ralph.
Yeah, it was nice to call in. I've been trying to get on the show and talk to you for months now, but this roller coaster has been like so exhausting and just haven't gotten the chance to go on. So I'm really happy to talk to you and give you the
It's nice. It's nice to hear your voice, and thanks for calling in and surrender, my friend. Do your things, but surrender, brother. Yeah, just let go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, brother. Have a good night. All right. So, with that in mind, I got another call. With that in mind, folks, I just wanted to let all of you know that if you're going to put some effort into something, like the Born Rich series, for example, which I highly recommend if your finances suck or you're not where you want to be or you want to increase them because of whatever, right? Something has to change. And if you continue to do your life the same way, running out and getting another job, hang on one second. Running out and trying to change your circumstances by getting another job or something like that, that may end up providing some change for you on the world stage. But if you're not really changing the mind structure and what you've been programmed with all these years, then just changing a position may give you some gratification in the beginning, but you're going to be back in the same situation over time. So first and foremost, if you're going to take on the Born Rich Bob Proctor series, it's about 10 hours. You can't just watch it one time and just be like, oh, okay, my 10 hours are over. Now I'm going to go out there and I'm going to attack life. No, you see, you still have beliefs in your mind that you haven't let go of. And you need to reprogram and rewire the brain. So if there is such a thing as free will, a lot of it has to do with the programming. You got to undo that and then rewire it and reprogram it. Upgrade your operating system. Like in the computers, you have your operating system. Those of you that are on a PC, you're not using Windows 7. You're not using Windows XP. You're using probably Windows 10. That's an upgrade of the operating system. How about you? What kind of operating system do you operate within your own personal life? Are you still hanging out with the same kinds of friends that are going not where you want to go? You got to maybe get rid of those friends. Upgrade your operating system. All right, here we go. 312, go ahead.
Oh, no way. Am I actually on?
You're very on. You are on. Who's speaking? 312. Where's that area code at?
Oh, that's actually from Chicago, brother.
Chicago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing
Nice.
tonight?
Fantastic. Who are we speaking to and where are you calling from? Where are you at?
So my name's Josh. I'm a 23-year-old that's in San Francisco at the moment.
San Francisco. Are you actually
sir,
in
yes,
San
sir.
Fran? Are you in the city or you live on the outskirts? Or
So at the moment, this is a stop. I'm about to hop on a bus to go to SoCal to visit my family. I actually
nice.
live in Folsom, which is about 30 minutes away from, or 30 minutes northwest of Sacramento.
Yeah,
So
I know where full
kind of
sets.
traveling all over the place.
It's up north. Yeah, you're up there. Cool.
Yeah, no, I'm actually glad I got through. The last topic I heard you mentioned was, if I'm not mistaken, like upgrading the brain or
Yep.
the hardware, something like that.
Yep.
Realistically, how far do you think we are from that? I know estimating with time is kind of hard to do, but where do you see us going with that?
Well, I think every second of every day is an upgrade in the operating system. And, you know, if we're going in cycles, if we're going in true cycles and ages, you know, just where are we at? We had talked about this earlier today on the Syncretism Society podcast with Campbell and talking about Tartaria and buildings and mud floods and all that stuff. And I had said, and I'm going to do the numbers on this, but, you know, in astrology, you have every age being measured in 2,160 years. And, but yeah, but, and then you multiply that by 12 and you're going to get 25,000 and some change on a total great year. But is it really just 216 years instead? So I had posed that to Campbell, the guy that was being highlighted on the show. And he was like, that's pretty interesting. And it kind of coincides with some of these buildings that it looks like they've been kind of, you know, like land has been toppled down over the top of them. So,
Right.
you know, so are we just moving into an age for just 216 years and then we're now in the age of Aquarius? Is this going to be the dark age? Well, I know a lot of people think the age of Aquarius, if we're in that right now, will be the golden age. I have mentioned it many times. I'm hopeful, but I'm not attached to that because I wouldn't want to be disappointed on an expectation of moving into what I think is going to be the golden age, whereas it's very possible that we're not moving into the golden age. We are moving into the tail end of the dark age, and it's going to get really ugly. Now, there's obviously going to be some beauty still in that because we're living on the planet
Right,
that has the
yeah.
most beauty. But, you know,
Sure.
I mean, it sets the stage because if we're moving into the age of Capricorn after the age of Aquarius, the age of Capricorn is an earth sign, and that represents the dance floor. The age of Aquarius is an air sign. So, you know, are we going to be taken off the playing field and moving on to a transhumanism kind of situation where we upload our consciousness onto a computer, and then in the age of Capricorn, we then transfer the consciousness back into the human being species, into a different kind of prototype. These are obviously very theoretical, but this would definitely play out its role in the stories that we've been told and the operating systems that you're speaking about.
Oh no, without a doubt. I don't mean to change the topic. I just want to say I genuinely appreciate all the time you take for these decodes, even down to the most recent Astro World tragedy. My mom's birthday is actually November 5th, so that I believe it's the Two of Diamonds card. Just learning about that was actually pretty interesting. My mom just turned 50, so that was like a grand jubilee,
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken.
This year
so,
to next year. Yeah.
Yeah. So I won't take up much of your time. I will either send you a WhatsApp or an email for a decode. I've done a bit of the decoding myself thanks to your videos.
Cool.
But you're awesome, dude.
Thanks,
you're
brother.
awesome. I'm really glad I got to talk to you for a sec. And I appreciate everything you do, man. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend and you have a great one.
Yeah, man. Well, it's an honor and a pleasure to hear from a like-minded decoder. So I appreciate the call in and the much love to you and to your family in Southern California. It's one of my favorite places on earth is Southern California. So it's definitely the crown chakra of the United States. So thanks for calling in, my
That's awesome,
friend.
man. No,
Yeah.
thanks for answering, brother. You have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks so very much. So there we go, fellow decoder and decodes himself. That's freaking, that's bomb, man. Man, what else happened on November 5th? Well, the movie The Eternals came out. Folks, it's I wish I had 10 minutes to describe what I found, but here we go. Here's another call. 541 area code. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I got in.
Yeah, who's calling?
Actually, on the screen, you know me as Get Off My Freedom. I just found your channel like last week after your live with Santos.
Oh, awesome. So you're part of the Syncretism Society, or at least part of that YouTube channel?
I'm part of the group. My husband and I can't really afford to join right now, though I wish I could.
Okay. Well, get as much free stuff as you can, you know?
I utilize Santos's websites a lot. That man is so amazing. So
Heck yeah.
amazing.
Heck yeah.
So I'll go ahead and shout out my name because
you don't have to.
I am so nervous that I'm actually got in. I'm just sorry. I need to calm down. I'm excited.
Oh, it's all good. You don't have to say your name, but what's where are you calling from? Just where are you at on the map?
Oh, unfortunately, I'm from Oregon.
Oh, well, that's not unfortunate. But so you're in Oregon right now?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Okay.
20 plus years.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, our governor is something else. So.
Well, aren't they all?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter where you go, man. That's why I always encourage people to disconnect from the game as much as you can. You know, I mean, I can honestly say from my own experience, like since I've been born in the 70s, not one president has ever impacted my life. And here I am, you know, on president number 46. None of them have ever impacted my life. Not one. So, I mean, 100%. You know what I'm saying? So if they could just disconnect.
I'm a 70s baby myself, so.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that doesn't mean that your life or people that are listening to this are not being impacted by the crazy loony bin that we live in and these wacko people that are probably not even human anyway are handing down. But, you know, if you just like, how much can you disconnect from that static? And the more you disconnect from it, the less it becomes part of your life, you know? So that's something I feel people need to check off the list. Yeah.
I got like kind of heavily into politics, but I was kind of waking up back in the 9/11 scenario. I was waking up a bit back then because like pieces of the story were not fitting together for me at all.
Say it isn't
and
so.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And then it just kind of lingered on to I became a mom and I was, you know, being pregnant, getting ready for the kid to come. So I was, you know, busy with life at that point, and politics completely left. I was like, I'm going to focus on my family now.
Yeah.
And then I started to dig in a little more when we had this charade going on with Trump.
Yep.
And I got into the rabbit hole thing, but then it led me to Santos. So for all of that entire mess, it was so totally worth it.
Yeah,
and
that's cool.
It's just been amazing ever since. And it's
Nice.
there's a reason for everything to happen. And then I found you, and you're just as amazing as Santos.
Oh, thank you so much.
But what I was wanting to call, I was the one that was asking in the group about how would you start out a young decoder.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because
okay.
that was me. My son has recently become, he's awake, obviously, because probably because mom and dad
Of
hears
course.
conversations.
Birds of a feather.
So
yeah.
yes, so he's getting to the point now to where he can't even like watch his cartoons and stuff normally. He's starting to notice the hidden messages and everything.
Yeah. Yep.
And he was watching a Super Mario cartoon the other day, and he's like, Mom, I noticed something. And I'm like, okay. So I gave him a piece of paper and a pen, and I said, write down all of your notes that you see. And what dawned him on it was there was a shot at the very beginning. I don't know the characters' names, but one of the characters was in prison, and the number on his prison suit was 221. And he goes, I know something resonates with 221. So I told him, I said, write everything down. And he goes, well, the other thing that he said is that he was going to be in prison for like 14,000 something hundred years, and it turned out to be the number of pi.
Got it. Well, that's what I feel is kind of the number prison, the sphere, the circle, the round never-ending digits of numbers and all that kind of stuff. Well, what I would suggest that you do, and anybody that resonates with this transmission and phone call, if you have a child, if I had a kid right now, I would be sitting down with my child every weekend, and I would make it a ritual. You want to talk about a good ritual? I would make it a ritual that I'd sit down with my child and I would decode with my child. And I would show my child their code. I would show that's their owner's manual. Though all of you that are listening to this transmission, the majority of you have a car. Have you ever looked at the owner's manual in the glove box? Probably not. The majority of you have never looked at the owner. You know it's in there, but you've never looked at it. Right? But that's the cosmic blueprint of that car and the way it functions and operates. And what's your operating manual? Well, when you study the cards and the tarot and your birthday and the numbers on the calendar, and it's all in this self-contained system, like it or not, you're part of it. Well, it's a cheat sheet. Anybody that's single that wants to date, I mean like, what's your card? I want to know, if I'm going to date somebody, what's your card? I want to know what I'm going to get. I want to know, like, your kid, your child. I mean, I don't know if they go to school, but like, what's the teacher's birthday?
I started homeschooling my child this year because of everything going on. So he's basically getting Santos and Logan and syncretism and that kind of schooling going on.
That's awesome.
So
but I mean, I
becoming really awake.
Yeah, but I mean, I would sit down with him and you and your husband and just decode as a family. And
I was gonna share. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, what I was gonna share earlier when I first called in is that I did start decoding. Because you had sent me the layouts for the cards,
the graphics,
and so I started working on mine a little bit, and I just started laughing because the total of my name with my first, middle, and last is 221. I am also a Leo, so therefore I'm a sun sign. My first name is a 64, so I'm Galadium and Plutonium.
Okay.
And I was just laughing, and the place that my apartment that I'm at, I've been living here for 7 years, and you were talking about in one of your videos how you have signs and symbols and stuff underneath your couch.
Well, you know, I
And
actually, I had it under my feet at the place I was in Mexico before, and it was the Aquarian symbol, and I didn't even know it until one day I saw it, and I'm like, oh my God, there's that. Yeah. So.
well, I didn't even realize that until you had said that, and I looked in my kitchen
And you have
and
that?
I saw
You have
my
that
kitchen
symbol?
floor, and it's the golden ratio.
Oh shit. Okay. That's awesome.
I am not even joking.
I believe
I'm
you.
like,
No,
this
yeah.
is too much.
Yeah. 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 It's all
And
over when you start to look for it.
My husband's total with all his 3 names, so he is 221.
He's 221.
And is
Wow.
yes.
Well, if you've been on this broadcast for a little bit, when I showed the sneak peek of brain damage, I showed you what was O.J. Simpson tied to, and it was the element antimony. Antimony has several atomic weights in the laboratory. One of them is 122, which is the mirror of the 221. And antimony is the all-seeing eye in your brain. Yeah.
And you know what's
It's just a big joke. It's
another-
it's a comedy show.
Yeah.
We're living in a comedy show. Yeah.
the all-seeing eye thing? I'll tell a quick little history of my husband and I. We've been together now for 6 years, but when we first started originally dating, we didn't even meet each other person to person. It was a long distance,
Mm-hmm.
and we met as friends. And I don't know what it was, but I told the universe, like straight out told the universe, I said, he is mine. He belongs to me.
Mm.
And 2 years later, he moved down here to Oregon to be with me, and we've been together ever since.
Nice. Well, what's his birthday?
His is December 15th, so he's a Sagittarius, and I'm a Leo.
And what's your birthday? You're August or July? What are you?
I'm August 3rd.
So you're a 10 of diamonds, and he is a 3 of clubs. What about your son? What's his
Yep, and-
birthday?
My son is March 31st, and if I remember right, I think he's a 5 of clubs.
Yeah, he's a 5 of clubs, tied to the 18 and the moon. And so your husband has got the Lucifer card because it's the 3 of clubs, and it's the 16th card in the deck. Thomas John Ellis, the actor they got to play Lucifer, has that same card, the 3 clubs. So it's,
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to tell him that.
yeah, if you've watched that show, the 3 clubs is Thomas John Ellis, the actor's card. Yep. And the producer
Wow.
of the show, and the producer of that show, who produced Lucifer. I can't remember the name, but the director and producer of Lucifer, he's got the 3 clubs card as well. So they're both.
We haven't watched TV in a really long time over here, so
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, I just watch shows here and there, but yeah, the 3 clubs is the 3 of wands, which is kind of the card of launching long-term plans. And what would you do when you come down here to Wonderland or hell? You got to launch your plans.
you launch a going. Yeah.
Yeah, and you
Yes.
use
Oh.
the mind. The 3 clubs is the card of the mind. You know, so your husband is really in his head a lot, and he would do really good to do more execution, which you have.
Yes.
You have the card of fortunate blessings. You got the 10 diamonds, which is Prince, Michael Jackson, Tom Brady, Michael Richard Pence, the ex-vice president. They all have the 10 diamonds card. It doesn't guarantee you success, but if you start to read about that card and then read about that card and read about that card and then own that space of that card, you become that stuff. And you attract the energies that
success
have
is
been
my
around a hell of a lot
family,
longer. Yeah, these cards have been around a hell of a lot longer than you and I. These are archetypes, just like us. So when you start to familiarize yourself with these, this is nature. 52 cards, 52 weeks, 4 suits, 4 seasons. 13 cards per suit, 13 weeks per season. I mean, you can't get it any more special than that. So,
And Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, autumn, spring, winter, fall.
yeah. Yep. So,
I sorry, I'm interrupting.
no, it's
ahead.
all good.
Well, I also wanted to say this afternoon, I also thought about you. Disney last year came out with a movie, and I thought of you right away. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called Soul, Soul. And it goes right along with the same theory that you believe in too, with the souls going up and coming down to earth.
Yeah, it's just
It is like 100.
Yeah. Yeah,
It was just
I'll describe that. I'll go into what I was going to talk. I'm going to probably remove the phone calls here because I want to be able to talk about what I think is really important, just for a little bit, and tell people a little bit about what is very possible to happen on the world stage. So, but thanks for calling in. I appreciate you and sharing. And like I said, just help your son decode. Maybe you want to do a vision board for your son, and what is this?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and do a family vision board day. Everybody gets to sit down and cut out their visions for the future. Yep.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah. That's a family. That's a good family. That's what I would be doing if I had kids. I'd be doing stuff like that.
May I get a card?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Do you have a specific question, or you just want to know what the most important thing to focus on in life right now would be?
That's a good question. Let's
Okay.
roll with that.
All right, let's do that. So let's see and what was your name again? Oh, you didn't want to say
Shauna.
what is it?
No, it's all right. It's Shauna.
Shauna. Okay, so let's see for Shauna.
Yes, sir.
Shauna, most important thing. Well, you got the sun, Shauna. You got the sun card. So, yeah, I mean, you're a Leo sun. Leo's ruled by the sun. So, you got to look and see where your sun is in your astrology chart, because it may not be in your 5th house. It may be in a different house. It's going to be in Leo, but that may not be in the 5th house. So then you have to then start to look at what house is it there by default, and start to look at these new layers and what they're operating through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I started looking at that last week, and the site went down for a little bit, so I might try to go back on tomorrow morning or something and see.
Awesome.
So.
Okay, great.
But.
Well,
thank you
all
so
the best
much.
For you, all the best.
Sorry,
Much
I was
love
so nervous.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all well. Now you don't have to worry about it next time if you want to call in. It's easy peasy. So yeah. So much love to you
Right,
and your
thank
husband and your kid, and all the love up there in Oregon. All the great decoders up there doing their great work.
Thank you, Logan,
keep
and
it
I
up.
really appreciate everything you do.
You're
Don't
welcome.
let
My pleasure.
the haters hate.
Oh, transmute it. That's all. But thank you so much. I appreciate all the love. All right.
Thank you.
Take care. All right. Much love to you.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye. So I just wanted to give all of you a possibility to think about. And this is it. It's just a possibility. Just a possibility. On November 5th, we know that tragic event happened. And I don't know if you're a fan of movies. I am. I feel movies in Hollywood are just as important as ancient text and all that kind of stuff, kind of running our reality. They're all archetypes. So anyway, on November 5th, the movie Eternals came out, the new Marvel Studios movie. I'm a huge Marvel fan. I've been a fan of comic book characters since I was a kid. I had the Incredible Hulk pajamas, the underoos, as what they called them when I was growing up in the early 70s. And as long as I remember, I wanted to be the Hulk. I liked that the Hulk was my guy. And then, I end up turning a life into being a gym rat, right? So was I already pre-programmed to be a gym rat based upon my childhood of automatically linking myself to the Incredible Hulk and just being this muscle guy? So I was much bigger when I was competing 5, 6, 10 years. I was much bigger. So was my life being programmed back then? I will tell you emphatically, absolutely. My whole life's been a complete code. And it's undeniable to me. Many of you are coming around and seeing that your code is undeniable as well. And so, what are you to do with that? What are we to do with that? Enjoy the ride. Anyway, this movie Eternals comes out. So, of course, I started studying the comic book that it's based on. And it's based on this group of superhuman people called the Eternals. This is going to be kind of I'm not going to say it's going to be a spoiler alert, because if you watch the trailer and you go read about the plot of the Eternals, it'll tell you kind of what I'm about to tell you. But if you're not into if you're like, oh, I'm going to go see the movie, I don't want to know anything about it, you may want to press mute. Okay. So I'm just letting all of you know. But the story of the Eternals in the comic book series was that there were these superhumans that were sent here to Earth called the Eternals. And they were here to protect the Earth. And they were not allowed to interfere with the human race. And they came here because there was the opposites, the adversaries called the deviants. And they're obviously their arch enemies, superhero and villain. So the story goes that what sent them here and what created them are another group called the Celestials. The Celestials. I did some decoding on it. And I'm not even going to tell you what I found, but let me just continue to tell you what this whole story is and how it may fit into how this reality really works. We can't rule it out. So the Celestials are another entity group. And what their job is, they created the Eternals, which of course where we come in, because we're obviously on the lowest spectrum of creation, even though we're the top of the food chain here, but in the sense of it, we would be on the lower portion. And the Celestials they created this planet like a battery. And they created this planet because it is going to give birth to something, which is essentially another celestial. And the concept is that the earth, it gets populated, and the energy from the earth and the ideas from the people on the earth end up giving their thoughts and ideas to a cluster of energy, which creates and births this new celestial. So in essence, it goes and links to the movie Jupiter Ascending, which is about this planet being a farm. And we are all just feeding an energy source that is growing like an embryo. As I mentioned earlier, I feel like we live in this cosmic egg. And something's growing in here. Just like an egg. All you got to do is look at nature. And a chicken, an egg, there's no animal in that. Not until it sits on it for 21 days. And then an embryo develops. Well, and it has the yolk, the vitalis, and we have the sun. The sun is our vitalis that gives us life. So, of course, the celestial is got all these human beings, and the Eternals are fighting the deviants, which is causing more energy. And the story's a little bit deeper than that. But in the very tail end of it, the whole point of the story is this Earth ends up giving birth to a celestial, a new one, which goes in line with the Phoenix Rising. Which the caller, Asha, that I think it was her name, which she mentioned earlier, she was talking about the moon being perhaps a sun at one point, which has merit. So is the sun going to just turn into a moon? And then a new sun emerges. And that sun is a celestial. And now we got two moons. A lot of planets have more than one moon. But anyway, the comic book was talking about the celestial. The movie was talking about the human species is just being used to provide the energy to build this new celestial entity. If you go watch the movie, that's what the whole... I haven't seen it yet. But the trailer in bits and pieces. And I think in the movie, the Earth implodes and out pops this celestial. But it goes in line with everything I've been downloading. And I've been saying this now for years. Mankind is being used. Jupiter Ascending. Mankind is being harvested. And is that really the truth? You know, if that really is the truth, let's just hypothetically say that is the truth. The majority of people are not ready to hear that, and they would not even accept it. They couldn't even tolerate those kinds of notions. Couldn't even tolerate it. But the Greeks said that we're ambrosia, food for the gods. That's what they coined it. So this is not something new, a new idea that I've come out with. I'm just regurgitating it in my own clarifications. And that's why I feel like I've never really, since I woke up, I'm not playing the blame game. I know that archetypes are doing their job. You don't have to like these archetypes. They're doing their job. And the archetypes that you don't like that are you call evil, they're actually living in fear, or they're doing their job because that's what they're programmed to do. And if you get in their way, they'll take you out. They'll just take you out. That's the way they operate. But in the end of it all, folks, you can strip away all the labels and what you call evil and good, and I work for this, and I'm a light worker, and all these fancy, fuzzy words that make us feel good. At the end of the day, if that story is true about all of us just feeding this battery, which is the egg, and the egg's going to hatch one day, what's going to pop out? You talk about theology, you get into theology, and you start meshing and synchronizing that. The ancient texts, they all say that if you go read the Bible says is that there's going to be something that's going to be born from the earth, Abaddon, the one from the abyss being born into this world. You go study the Book of the Law from Aleister Crowley, and it's going to talk about something being birthed into this world. Is that going to be the celestial? And is that why all of this soul exchange happens? An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Is that what we're talking about here? See, I know these are all theories I'm throwing out. I can't prove them. But when you start to synchronize the movies with religion and books and ancient texts, and then you study Tartarian buildings and the mud floods, you see that the society's complete buildings have been, they're underground now. Once they were above ground. What happened? So anyway, why this movie comes out on November 5th, the same day that Astroworld happens. Is that a coincidence? Did they were they all in cahoots to release it on that same day? Because the energy that was exchanged during that day is going to this celestial that's about to be born and come out of the womb, the cosmic womb, come out of this egg that's going to get hatched to whatever that's going to look like. Can't rule this stuff out. As science fiction as I'm talking now, it's like Logan's off the deep end. Yeah, it sounds like I'm off the deep end. But the downloads that I'm getting right now, and I know I'm dialed into the code, folks. I own that. I'm not saying it to brag, or I'm not looking for handouts or donations, or I'm not looking for any credibility from any of you. I honestly don't care about any of that. I am what my friend, now I have a friend, I am a tour guide. That feels so natural to me. And I feel like I know how this reality works. Do I know it all? No, I don't. I don't know everything. I'm not fully given everything that is factual. I won't say that. But I'm getting more dialed in, and I'm seeing things that I didn't see last year or the year before. And I'm synchronizing them and connecting them. Many of you are doing the same things. Why is this happening? Are we all just seeing things and connecting the dots? As I've said this on other podcasts. I've said the decoding world, it's amazing. It's exploding right now. The news and the mainstream are acknowledging numerology now. They weren't doing that 5 years ago. They're acknowledging astrology. They weren't doing that 5 years ago. Not like they're doing now. And is it possible that we are all, in essence, we're decoding because we were like, I want to know how everything works. That's why you're decoding. But at the same time, we're part of the implosion. We're part of the hatching of the egg. We're part of we're connecting all these dots. All these ciphers that people are using in there. This word equals 165, so that word must equal, that means, so they're 165, and that they're this, and And we're connecting calendar dates and cards, tarot cards and astrology signs, and they're fitting into some kind of modality. And are we just all programmed to do that because this script was already written? And are we programmed to do it because we are part of feeding the egg that's about to hatch? And it needed us to connect all the dots to make it stronger, because all the pieces were all strewn out everywhere. It's kind of like those Infinity Stones in the Avengers. The Infinity Stones, they had to go to all these different planets to find them and get them. Thanos did. He had to collect them all. And then when he had them all, snapped his fingers, and over 50% of the population was eliminated. Are those Infinity Stones the decoding that we're doing? Is that what's going on? Is that possible? That all of us decoding are searching the World Wide Web for the stones, and the stones are the numbers and symbols. And once we got them all, once they're all connected, that's when the shit's going to hit the fan. Is that what it means? Well, that's my long drawn out. I know that's a little crazy, but I really, on a deep level, that's what I feel is going on. And I think there's some merit there. Folks, I mean, listen, I've shown in astrology this. If I showed you 9/11, I showed you, I'm going to be coming out with the Route 91 Harvest Festival, the worst tragedy in the history of the United States. October 1st, 2017, the worst mass shooting. I got that one coming out. Guy was being used. Stephen Paddock. It's all scripted. And if you come here and you ask me, if you want to come and you're more than welcome to share your opinion. But if you're someone who comes and says man's doing it and it's this group and it's that, you're on the wrong page. On the wrong page. We can just agree to disagree, because I've shown now in over 200 videos that man's not doing a damn thing. Not when it has anything to do with the massive relevance to what's going on the world stage. The tarot cards, let me just show you. Came out with a decode, just a one short, one page, one graphic of the words stock and market. Stock market. You know what the stock market is? Stock is 19. The word stock in numerology is 19. The word market is 18. How about that? 19 and 18. And there's the two cards that rule over the words stock and market. Stock, market. Stock market. And my great friend over at Waters Above Crypto, Jordan, you know what he uses? A large portion of his methodology, which is now massively important in trading crypto. It's the cycles of nature. That's what he uses. And he's got a huge following now. He's got a masterclass because he is tapped into this that rules over us. Whether you like it or not is besides the point. There's a lot of things I don't like, but my opinion means nothing. Stock market. 19 and 18. 19th and 18th card. And then what's the 17th card? 19, 18, 17. The star. What's the star? Earth. That's why these tarot cards are in this order. 17. It's Earth. The words life equals 17. The words matrix equals 17. It's not an accident in numerology. And it's only from the Chaldean, folks. It's not from any of the reverses or any of the other ones. And I'm not saying those don't have merit, but if you're a decoder and you're a fan of the cards and the cards of illumination, you should be decoding using the Chaldean only to create your base. Then you get the symbols. See, some of these other decoders, they don't have any symbolism. They just have numbers. That's it. Symbols to attach to that. Alchemy to attach to that. Cards to attach to that. To give you a deeper meaning of what this code is all about. And again, it may be a catch-22. We all may be coming. I'm the tour guide, but I may be showing you, but then at the same time, it may be just be an implosion. Anyways. I am a Libra. I tried to balance things. Libras. Where's your Libra at, ladies and gentlemen? 7th house. Hannah, I would love my chart done. My website is called cosmicsugar.organization.org. Here, I'll put it in the cosmicsugar.org. Whoops. There it is. I just put it in the text. Last comment. Cosmic Sugar. Oh, it's not the last anymore. Okay. So let's get to some cards. I'm going to get bombarded. I know it. I'm opening up a Pandora's box for myself. Tam, let's get you a card. And I'm sorry you have it in capital letters, so I'm sure you've been asking, but let's get you a card. I'm going to rifle through these. It's going to be up to you to go research the card. I'm not going to be, because I don't know what's going on in your life, okay? But all I can do is pull a card, then you got to do the research. So whatever you feel is going to be linked to, that's what it's going to be linked to. So Tam, you got the 7 of Pentacles, which is the 7 of Diamonds, the 33rd card in the deck. But this is a card of like observing, analyzing things. That's what he's doing. He's swept up all his things because the 7th day we're told to rest and reflect. That's what you're doing with this card. And it involves kind of like what's valuable to you? What has value to you? Do you need to declutter your life? 7 of Pentacles. Okay. Jay Royal, you can find readings from your website. Yes, if you go to my website, cosmicsugar.org, and you click on the readings tab at the top, it will give you the 3 readings that I offer. I'm booked already into the mid-December. I don't do these every day because I just put my all into them, so I'm limited on the readings that I can do. Motorola 33. Let's get you a card. So Motorola, you got the 7 of Swords, which this card has got a really interesting meaning to it because it's tied to the tree of life. Think about it, the creator that creates us. This is a card of like deception and mental strategy. The tree of life, being stuck down here in this reality. Deception. Taking whatever you got to take to deceive the nation, deceive the people. We're not, folks, if you think you're just here to go out and swim in the ocean and play with the dolphins and just have a family and, oh, it's so much fun. Folks, that's not the way this reality works. Sorry, it's uglier than you think. And I'm not being negative. So there you go, 7 of Swords for you, Motorola 33. And if you don't know what the card means, you need more explanation, just go type in 7 of Swords, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll be linked to a website that will give you more information. Yeah, Tam, I got you covered. You're good. I can't, Sophia's asking about the number 66. I cannot answer that for you. I just don't know. It's just 66 is a very powerful number tied to the tarot cards themselves, tied to the element dysprosium, which means hard to get. And it could be tied to whatever's running this reality coming down here and becoming man. But I don't want to get negative on that, what that means. So you got to keep track of what you're seeing and what dates you're seeing these numbers on, what times you're seeing these numbers on, and find patterns in your life. That's all I can tell you. Let's see. So DP, Let's get you a card, DP. So DP, you got the Fool, and the 0 and the 22, and of course it doesn't. It's the Joker. It's the Fool. What does this mean for you? Maybe you just need to be a fool. Maybe you need to get away from the static and just stop paying attention to the world stage right now. Become a fool. Disconnect. Go be a fool. Go have fun. Experience life. If you need more information, type in Fool Tarot, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll find what all those keywords mean on that. Parker, 5780. Parker's got 5780. Whatever the 5780 is, let's get you a card. All right. And you got the Ace of Swords, which is tied to the Ace of Spades, the infamous Ace of Spades. And, there's a crown on there with this one. Ace of Spades, Ace of Swords typically is a seed planting kind of energy, cutting through the seeds and planting seeds. So, and it's a card of victory. So you got to, like, the gardener rips the weeds out and plants new seeds. So are you starting a new project? Do you need to start a new project? Disconnect from other projects? But it's if you need more information, Ace of Swords, Teach Me Tarot are your keywords. And you'll find it. BB, let's get you a card. BB. You got the Queen of Swords. And again, I where do I direct this energy for you? I mean, it's a royal energy. It's a high energy. It's the Queen of Spades. Card number 51, tied to the all-seeing eye and antimony. 51st elements, antimony. But the best thing for you to do is type in Queen of Swords, Teach Me Tarot. And you should find the first link, and it'll give you a huge expression or explanation of what this card's meaning. I don't know what's going on in your life, but when the Queen shows up, and it's the all-seeing eye Queen, are you listening to your thoughts in your mind? Are you paying attention to them? First thing that kind of comes to my mind. All right, Aaron's Energy 313. Let's get you a card. Aaron 313. So it's like even this, like Aaron's Energy, perfect. Aaron, why did you choose the 313? Did you choose it or did it choose you? And what does the 313 mean? Have you guys ever decoded your phone number? Type in your phone number into the numerology cipher and figure out what your total is. Did you choose that number or did it choose you? Okay, Aaron 313. So why the 313, Aaron? So Aaron, with the 313, you got the 9 of Cups, the 9 of Hearts. This is a card of wishes and dreams and everything manifesting that you've been working on. It says it's going to come to fulfillment. And it could obviously mean the opposite of that. Sometimes these cards come out flipped. I always read them right side up, but it could mean the opposite where, you need to stop focusing on expectations. If you need more information on that, Aaron, just go type in 9 of Cups, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get some information. More. Okay, so I hope you... and folks, if you don't get your answer, keep looking, keep asking. Keep studying, keep looking. And don't ask, just give thanks that you're going to get it. State of gratitude, gratitude junkie. Be a gratitude junkie. Thank you for showing me my message. Thank you for telling me what I needed to know. Thank you. Everything in this reality is looking for acknowledgement. You're looking for it. I'm looking for it. The cards are looking for it. The creator or creators are looking for it. Your bed's looking for it. Your car's looking for it. They're all archetypes. Edie Gebb, let's get you. And folks, are you decoding your little avatar names? These aren't your names, some of you. Why did you choose these? And what do they mean numerology-wise? So Edie Gebb. You got the Ace. This is the first card in the Cards of Illumination, but it's the Ace of Cups. Not in the tarot, but it's the Ace of Hearts is the fire suit. This obviously showing water. It's the cup overfilled. And of course, the aces are always new beginnings. So it could be this could be tied to a newfound love, a new soulmate partner, twin flame, or about to come into your life, or it has. But this is a card of overflowing. for you, Edie. So I hope that helps out. And again, if you need more information, Ace of Cups, Teach Me Tarot. All right, D348, let's get you a card. D348. Well, you got the Page of Cups. I love this card. It's the prince. The pages are the prince or the princesses. If you're male or female, it's going to be either one of those, prince or princess. And the Page of Cups is got the little fish inside the cup there. So it's kind of like initiating the fact that you're this prince or princess. You don't know what it feels like to be screwed over, cheated on, ripped off. You just got fresh out of college. You get your degree. You got a $150,000 contract. Like, how you feeling? You're 21. You're going to work for a big company. And this is a card looking for love, found love, newfound love. Could be a job, a partner. Page of Cups. Page of Cups, Teach Me Tarot. That's for D348. Christine Buckley, what's happening? Let's get you a card, of course. Folks, the answer's going to be here. I'm just the tour guide. Whatever card I pick for you, 9 out of 10 times, it will be accurate for you. You just got to find the message. And I know you want me to deliver it to you, but I don't know what's going on in your life. I can't talk to you. Can't look at your chart. I don't know what's going on. And we're not communicating back and forth. So the only thing I can do is give you a general consensus of what the card means. All right. So Christine Buckley, you got this is Santos's birth card, the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Clubs. And it's a card of the mind, the Queen of the Cosmos, Queen of the Mind. So obviously it's a card of great thought. But what does it mean in your life? Like, what's going on in your life right now? Where do you got to use your mind? This is a card of great thinking. Okay, a card of great thinking. But I don't know what's going on in your life. So that's about as far as I can go. But Queen of Wands, Teach Me Tarot. That's what I would type in, Christine Buckley. And I know you'll find your answer. Okay. I know I'm going to miss some people that want cards. Well, I'm so backed up. I'm so sorry, everybody. Wow. It's challenging. Now they have more people on this great decoding group, and oh wow, it's challenging to get everybody because now I have so many comments. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's get you guys John Steele. Let's get you a card, John Steele. John Steele, you also got the Seven of Swords. It's a card of deception. It's a card of deception, mental strategy. It doesn't mean you're going to be deceptive. But if you're authentic with yourself, because we're all this way, folks. We're not all just rainbows and fluffy marshmallow clouds. We're not just all these unicorns running around being, like, haha, like my life is amazing. I don't do anything wrong. Come on, so like, I'm just saying, I'm not insinuating that, but when you get these cards like this, these cards, what are they telling you? This is a card of mental this is the card of the Tree of Life, by the way. The Tree of Life, what we all come down into, this is the card of that. Deception, like what happens down here in the Tree of Life, in Wonderland? Deception, mental strategies, doing whatever you can to make it work. So what's going on in your life, John Steele? I'm not saying you're being deceptive. Are you being deceived by somebody? Intuitively, you know that maybe, and you got to like cut that person off. I'm just throwing that out there. And if you need more information on that, Seven of Swords, Teach Me Tarot. Derek Filler, August 21st, Love Life. Let's see. So you got the 5 clubs. I used to be married to a 5 of clubs. Derek Carter and Love Life. So let's see. Are you single? Are you in a relationship? I don't know. So let's see what the card has to say. Well, you got the Hangman card. You could have had it right side up or upside down, but typically surrendering. So if you're in a relationship, are you all in? A lot of you out there watching this broadcast, you got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You're not all in your relationship. And I speak from experience because I've been there where like you can be in the circle, your relationship, and you have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and you're looking because you're like, is there something better out there? Is there somebody, oh, that person's better looking, or maybe they could give me better satisfaction. Or I really don't like the way they're doing this, and like I've been here for 3 years and it's not going anywhere. I got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Is that how your life is? So in love life, surrender. You're either in something and you got to surrender to that relationship and go all in, give it your all. You're not giving your all, or you just got to surrender to the fact that, something's better is going to come along your way. Something to that effect. That's just kind of how I would guide you on that. Juana Bonilla. Oh, actually, hold on. Anna. Let's get Anna. Anna, I can't even pronounce your last name. Brabankajek? I don't know. Is that Polish? That's a pretty badass last name. Wow, another 7 of swords for you, Anna. So as I mentioned to the person earlier that I pulled this deception, mental strategy, what's going on? Are you being deceived? If you're being authentic, are you deceiving somebody? Not being honest with somebody? Got to be authentic with this stuff. I'm not saying you are, I'm not saying you aren't, but no one's looking over your shoulder. No one's taking notes. Be authentic with yourself. But are you being deceived? You may be being deceived. If you're on the fence on that, that's your confirmation. Hermetic Alchemist. Noah. He wants a card for Noah. See, like Hermetic Alchemist. Why do you have Hermetic Alchemist 47? Why did you choose that? Did it choose you or did you choose it? All right, so Noah. What's up? All right. Well, you got the High Priestess. High Priestess, of course, the second card linked to Taurus and Venus, the Oracle. Taurus and Venus, the High Priestess, when you properly synchronize those, tied to the ox in the Chinese zodiac. And, obviously it's got she got the Torah in her hand. This card does. Boaz and Yachin, the 2 pillars. I believe she represents part of the dance floor. But if you need more information for Noah on that, the High Priestess, Teach Me Tarot. Juan Bonilla, let's get you a card. Juan Bonilla, let's get you a card. Well, you got the Chariot, Juan Bonilla, and the Chariot is card number 7, and this card, whenever it shows up, something's about to move quickly. It's the 7th card, meaning the crown, tapping into your crown. And the Chariot can go so many different directions. I don't know what's going on in your life. Is something about to move fast? Did you make a decision? Are you moving, about to move, ending something, starting something? This is tied to fast-moving stuff, completion. And to me, anyway, the Chariot is analyzing things as well. Like, which way do I go, black or white? So analyzation could be important there for you. And then Nobody's House. Juana Bonilla, if you need more information, the Chariot, Teach Me Tarot. Okay. Hootie's House. See, the Hootie's House. Why did you call it that? Is it your name, Hootie? But why are you using that name? All of you should be decoding your avatar names. Tam Tam. Why did you choose Tam Tam? I know it's part of your name, but why did you abbreviate it? Why did you put it twice? Could have did it 3 times. Why twice? I'm just randomly picking them. Nobody's House. Here we go. So you got the 8 of Cups tied to the 8 of Hearts. This is one of the cards tied to Prometheus, the element Promethium. And this is tied to Decode Your Reality because Decode Your Reality equals 61. Promethium equals 61. This is one of Promethium's cards. It's in the Jupiter-Neptune line, and it is all about leaving to go on a spiritual journey. And this can mean, obviously, maybe you just woke up from your slumber. Maybe you just maybe you just came here and you're like, wow. And now you're on a spiritual, like, oh my God, this stuff makes sense. And I'm like, oh, my eyes are opened. This is going on a quest, a spiritual journey. That's what this means. Okay? And if you need more information on that 8 of Cups, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get information. Okay. And let's get... I went backwards, but I guess I had to. I was supposed to. Diane Snavely? That's a pretty cool last name. I can't even pronounce it, but I like names I can't pronounce. It's pretty cool if that's your last name. Diane, let's get you a card. Diane, you got the Hierophant, the card number 5, tied to your house of Leo and the sun, ruled by the sun. This is your identity card. So when this comes up, like what's going on with your identity? Are you going through identity crisis? Do you need to take control of your identity? Do you need to stand up for yourself? Do you need to cut some cancers out of your life? This is a card of dictatorship. You need to be the dictator. You need to come forth and be your pope in your life. The pope is what runs the 40% of the world's religion. You got to be the pope. The sun's going to run you. That runs this card. But when this card shows up, you got to it's time to take control of your identity. And if you need more information on that, if I'm way off, go to Teach Me Tarot, the Hierophant, and go read about what it means to be the Hierophant and what that card means. Okay, Pinker. Hard decision. Okay, let's get you a card. Well, you got the Knight of Wands, which is the Jack of Clubs, tied to the number 24, which is tied to my birthday. But this is the 33rd card in the deck. 33 or 34, depends. And if you take the pages out, it becomes a different card than that for a different story. I'm just rambling now, but the Knight of Wands is using the mind. So, of course, you said you got to make a tough decision. Yeah, well, the Wands means the mind, the club suit. And this is like, if you notice the symbolism, the horse is not sitting still. It's like attack. So I think that this card's telling you, don't sit in the idea sector of your mind too long. Make an execution on that idea. Make a decision. Either way, you got to make a decision. So don't stew in it, and don't be afraid to make a decision. Just make a decision. Action. Be action oriented. What do you think about why you see the numbers plays a role? Yeah, the numbers are always playing out. I can synchronize any of the numbers. It just becomes second nature now. A lot of great decoders out there are just can throw numbers out like it's like Ethan and Kevin and those guys. They're so good at the numbers now. Just like they just know what the numbers are. Some of you great decoders I didn't even mention, but you guys and gals can just throw numbers out, and that's where it's at. Tapping into the code, dialing into the code. Oh, happy birthday, Jay Royal. So you got the Six of Clubs. Card 19, the Sun. So let's get you a card, Jay Royal. Well, you got the Almighty, the All-Powerful King of Swords. This card right here is the King of the Earth because it's the spade suit, and it's tied to the prison planet because it's the King of Spades, and it's the 52nd card. Prison planet is 52, and it's the king that rules over the prison planet. And when this guy comes in, is a powerful. It's a fixed card, powerful. Doesn't mess around. Doesn't take no shit. It's a powerful card. So what is it you got to do? And it doesn't run with any compassion. No emotions. Straight up thinking. Okay? It's a very wise card because it doesn't play into the roles of emotions. A lot of people make decisions. A lot of us make decisions based on emotions. And we end up making what we feel are the wrong decisions because you got too emotionally involved. But if you were neutral and you look at both sides of the situation, you'd be far better to do it that way to make your decisions than emotionally based. Not saying don't be compassionate, but So, King of Swords, Teach Me Tarot if you need more information. What do I think will happen on February 22nd? Not a clue. It is the Three Diamonds Day, and Three Diamonds is tied to Yaldabaoth. Three Diamonds is Donald Trump's birth card. Bernie Sanders has that birth card, tied to the word voltage. Three Diamonds, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. That's 2/22/22, but you remember you got the 20 in there too, so it's actually not just 5 twos, it's 6 twos with the 0 in there. Brock McDonald, let's get you a card. So Brock, you got the 7 of Cups, which is the card of illusions. And on the flip side, it's a card of choices. So be careful. You have a lot of choices in front of you. Perhaps be careful that you're not deceived with illusions. And, this is a card of fantasies and choices. So a great card to have. 7 of Cups, 7 of Hearts. 7 of Hearts. Just so you know that, loosely what these are tied to. So who has the 7 of Hearts as their birth card? Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates. They have this as their birth card. Be careful you don't get deceived by illusions. That's on the negative side. On the positive side, it gives you a lot of choices. Okay. Avatar Nancy. Queen Club, nice. Okay, let's get you Avatar Nancy. So you can even decode that. What is Avatar Nancy in numerology? You're drawing energy from it because that's what you chose, or it chose you. So you got the 16th, tied to the 16th card number 24, tied to the word church and the original spelling of Jesus. In the Latin, it's Jesus, but it's the 3 of Swords, 3 of Wands, tied to Lucifer. Because when you come down here in hell, you got to launch your long-term plans. So for you, Nancy, are you, what's going on? Did you launch a business, start a new company, start a new job, start a new career, start a new relationship, start a new life? Did you just wake up? And there are layers to waking up. It's not just like I woke up and I'm awake. No, there are gradients to that. 3 of Wands, Teach Me Tarot. Give you more information on that. D348. I thought I already pulled a card for you. Let me see. Yeah, I did pull a card already for you. That's just a double. Chris DeLisa. I'll pull one for you as well. Chris DeLisa. So you got the 5 of Cups, which is obviously, it's a card of mourning, sadness, because in the symbolism, you have the 3 cups in front of you are spilled over, and you're like, man, I paid a lot of money for that stuff. Or, man, I put so much time into that business, and I got screwed over, and they ripped me off. Whereas if you just turned around, you got 2 cups upright. So something in your life, like there could be a death in your life, and you're mourning that. You go through that. But if you're stuck on something that you're not going to get back, this is telling you to turn around, and you got other opportunities that are waiting for you, but you're still stuck on what you're not going to bring back to life. So I hope that helps. Truly Teach Me Tarot, 5 of Cups. Salty Siren. Salty Siren. Let's pull a card for you. So you got the same. I think this is what I got for Tam Tam, but 7 of Pentacles, 7 of Diamonds, 33rd card in the deck. This one is tied to observing what matters to you in your life right now. Perhaps you have a lot of things that you've swept up, like you've analyzed your life and you're like, okay, well, what matters to me now? My friends, family. Sometimes you got to get rid of some of your family members, not get rid of them, but cut them off because they're toxic. But this is an analyzation card, figuring out what matters to you and what doesn't. That was for you, Salty Siren. 7 of Pentacles. Truly Teach Me Tarot. Ready, Mean Green. Ready, Mean Green. Okay, let's get you a card. Ready, Mean Green. So you got the 6 of Cups. Love this card because it's a card of like pure bliss and magic and going back to nostalgia. When this card comes up, typically it means that it's telling you to go back to when your life didn't have all these tie downs, when you weren't so weighed down from problems, when you were a kid and you didn't have all these responsibilities. Telling you to go back to nostalgia, go back to how you were. And usually when it comes up, it's just kind of like saying it's, or if you're in a relationship, like maybe get some flowers for your girl or your guy, whatever. But 6 of Cups, 6 of Hearts. The last day of creation. The last day of creation. Mastery. Tied to the third eye. Maybe it's telling you to go meditate on love and nostalgia. Could be telling you that as well. 6 of Cups, Teach Me Tarot for more information. For Ready, Mean Green. I don't know if people are putting their birthdays in. The January 19th is the 8 Diamonds card. Super powerful. I'm an 8 of Spades. So I love the 8s. 8 has to do with time travel. 8 Diamonds, super powerful card. It's a card if you're willing to work for your life. You'll have it. You can have everything you want. It's in the crown line. It's at the very dead center of the crown line, tied to the Queen of Spades. That's your handler card, your identity card. Those of you that are born on January 19th, you're the 8 Diamonds, tied to Lucifer, whether you like it or not. Whatever you believe in, it's tied to the sun. Tied to the sun. Life path number 9, humanitarian. So if you got cash, the last dawn, January 19th, you should be able to easily earn cash and money, whatever you're moving into. And you have a life path number 9. Those of you that have life path number 9 and you have cash flow coming in, what are you doing to be a humanitarian? What are you doing to, you don't have to give your money away per se, but what are you doing towards humanitarian efforts? But if you have cash and you want to just really get it moving, if you put it out there and help people out, you'll have more, because it's all about give and take, right? It's a circle. So if you cut off, growing up, I was a really bad receiver. I would be like, no, I'm good. People would offer me stuff. I'd be like, no, I'm good. I don't want any of that. No, but I was a great giver, but I was a really bad receiver. And it took me a while. I finally realized I'm like, so then you're cutting the flow of energy off. So some of you are not good givers. You're great receivers, but you're very bad givers. You don't partake in giving. I would say the majority of you here probably not, because you're awake and you realize love wins. But there are people that are really bad at they're just takers, right? And then they just implode. But if you're a bad receiver, got to work on that. If you're a great giver, that's awesome, but you're not completing the circuit. You got to be a great receiver as well. Okay. CP. Oh no, I'm sorry. Derek, I already got you. CP. I think I got you. CP. Wow, what am I going backwards here? Jeep Sahara. I know I didn't get you. Let's get you. Card 42, tied to the Truman Show. Card pull for you. Well, you got the sun. Where's your sun right now in your chart? Jeep Sahara. Obviously, the sun's a battery. Shine your light on me, They'll bring your light to the world. Maybe it needs telling you to go out in the sun. Maybe you're low vitamin D. Could mean that. When's the last time you got a blood panel to check your vitamin levels? Could mean that. Just trying to get every layer because I don't know what's going on in your life. But the sun, the boss. So Jeep Sahara, I hope you help out that. Brock, arsenic insight. Too many, 74, 33. Arsenic, Jesus, Lucifer. 1 degree above the 32. 32 is germanium, which is the operation of becoming solid. Arsenic is 33, which is the operation of becoming a liquid, transmutation. 74 is tied to tungsten, which is tied to light bulbs and the patterns of the sun. So arsenic is definitely poisonous, but arsenic is tied to the sun and illumination and tungsten and the wolf. Thoughts on eclipses? Yeah, I think Rahu plays a role in that. I'm not sure. I'm not sold that the moon is what causes the eclipses. I'm leaning more towards Rahu and the black sun. Empress Infinite. Let's pull a card for you. Empress Infinite. Let's get you a card. I know I'm way behind. So the Ace of Pentacles. I love this card because it's tied to the Ace of Diamonds, this 27th card in the deck, which is tied to the word currency. So this is a card of currency. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. And, obviously it's offering a brand new start in the aspects of, it could be emotions, it could be love, it could be the start of a new career and money, job. But the aces are always a starting point, a seed. And if you need more information on that for your life, just Ace of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot for Empress Infinite. You'll find your answer, I promise you. Yeah, the last dawn. There you go. Your phone number adds to number 9. Your life path's a 9. Dude, you're a humanitarian. What's in your 9th house? See, when you have your life paths, you got to go to your houses now. Those of you that are master life paths 11, 22, and 33, the 22 reduces down to the 4. Now you're down to the 4th house. Those of you that are the 33s, now you're down to the number 6, which is the sign of Virgo and the house of Virgo. So that's how you do that if you're master life. Those of you that are 11, you have the 11, a special one, I think. You have the Aquarian, and then you have the Taurus, the 2nd house. You got to. Do you have any planets in these houses? These are all synchronized, ladies and gentlemen. You'll find insights there. Not always. Flat Earth Subgenius Society. Yeah, let's get you a card. August 27th, Queen of Hearts. Flat Earth Subgenius Society. Let's get you a card here. So you got the Two of Cups, otherwise known as the Two of Hearts, the second card in the deck, not in the tarot, but in the cards of illumination. This is a card of partnerships, obviously. And it's a agreement, a new union formed. Partnership. So do you have a partnership new in your life? Are you about to enter into a new one? This could be a mental partnership. This could be a habit that you've gone and entered into. So yeah, I would scan the horizons of your habits. What kind of habits have you entered into that are new in your life that you can look at? And then, it involves contracts. The Pope on the world stage, Jorge. He's not only the 266th Pope, but in his 2nd house is Aquarius. And the card that sits right on the outskirts of that house is that Two of Cups. So it's telling us that the Pope, the current Pope, has entered into a partnership in the age of Aquarius. Where that goes, not a clue. Time will tell. It's really interesting, though. So, Pinker, you're asking... I think I already got your question. You got to make a decision. You have to execute. And you just got to go with, if you need to pull straws, do that. But you got to just trust your intuition. But I think you're asking, I'll just do one more card, I think, because you got it in capital letters and it looks like you're really nervous about this, but let's see what it says. Yeah, I mean, it's the card, this is the Knight of Cups, the Jack of Hearts. Follow your heart. Follow your heart. That's what it's telling you. Follow your heart on the decision. But you got to make a decision. Don't be don't be a flat squirrel. The road is paved with flat squirrels who couldn't make a decision. Don't be a flat squirrel. Make a decision. But it says follow your heart. And you're going to find the answer there. That's what you should focus on. Well, Denise, thanks for the kind comments. I appreciate it. Seeker 66. I'm probably way behind, but I'm afraid to go down in the comments because I'm going to miss some. So let's get Seeker 66. Seeker 66. Card for Seeker 66. So you got the card that sits in the House of Aquarius. I know many of you are just hoping that justice is served. I think we'll see that, the correction. But anyway, justice. What kind of justice needs to come into your life? Do you need to bring justice to yourself? Do you need to, what can I pick up for you? Seeking justice. I mean, you got courts involved in your life right now? How can you detach from that? But justice, will justice be served? Remember that your beliefs will have a big say in that. So if you're in kind of a situation where justice needs to be served, what do you end up believing in? And then the contradiction is, don't be attached to the outcome, because that's where you'll get disappointed. Then you'll be like, those cards don't work. Or Logan didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And I'm just a tour guide. Thank you, Tiffany. If my birthday was decoded into rhenium of 186. Nope. I'm assuming you did an alchemology of your name. If you did that and you got 186, that's what it would be. Is rhenium. It also can leak into element 76, which is the element osmium. Some of these isotopes, they end up having a lot of isotopes. Isotopes are the weights. So these numbers can leach into, and that's why numbers encroach. Yeah, Edie, the cards are crazy. I just started a new job. Now the cards are alive. And the church is right there from the devil, because we're the devil. That's why it's just funny now. It's just hilarious. And life is a damn joke. Showed it with O.J. Simpson. Are you kidding me? Pink Floyd and O.J. Simpson? Say it isn't so. It's a joke. This life is a freaking joke. Billy, let me see. See, now I had Billy. I had a Billy here, now I lost it. Billy. Well, Billy, I don't know, I can't find your comment, but let me just, if you're still here, Billy, I hope there's not more than one Billy, but Billy, here's whoever was asking for the card, here's your card, Billy. So you got the same outcome as, I don't remember who got this, but it's the 7 of Cups, and it's a card of, just be careful you're not deceived by what you see. This is a choice card. You have a lot of choices in front of you, and they all look great. It's like, look at this. Like, oh, I got treasures everywhere. Like, ooh, you're like, so just be careful you're not deceived. And if you need more information, 7 of Cups, Teach Me Tarot. Life path number 4, you're a Mason. No, I'm not a Mason. 4 is Mason. 4 is the cube. The builder of the cube. This is 4 sides. We're all in the cube. This is Pandora's box. Those of you and that's the heart. Heart-shaped box by Nirvana. It's just so easy to see when you know sacred geometry tied to the numbers. And Honey Hoskins. Let's get you a card. Well, you got this July 25th. Another 3 clubs. You three clubs, man, super creative people. Super creative people. Animal lover extraordinaires for the majority of you. There'll be exceptions, but Hanny, let's get you a card. Feeling the front here. Wow, you got the 8 of Swords. It's my birth card. Trapped and limited. So where do you feel trapped and limited in your life? Where do you feel trapped and limited in your life? Could it be a relationship, a job, situation that you're in? So how do you get out of this? Well, the first thing you can do, I can tell you, is make a decision. Don't be a flat squirrel. Got to make a decision to cross that road. Don't get caught in someone's tire. Trapped and limited. If you need more information on that, Hanny, 8 of Swords, Teach Me Tarot. KB. That's easy enough. The letter B looks like the number 8, doesn't it? That's why it's tied to Scorpio and Taurus. Scorpio and Taurus are the opposites of one another. B is the opposite of the 8th house. Opposite of the 8th letter, which is the letter H. And the letter H, when you look at it, the number 8 fits right inside the letter H. But anyway, we're just synchronizing crazy stuff now. KB. Let's get you a card. So KB, you got the 4 of Pentacles. Now this card right here is tied to the Demiurge, which runs this reality, whatever that is. And this card right here is like security. Like holding, like the Demiurge just does not want to let everybody go because it's afraid that if you remember everything, you're not going to worship it. Holding on tight. This one's typically meaning of money. So it may mean that you need to really hold on to your finances, and maybe you're spending too much money. Maybe you're shopping too much. You're being a little bit crazy with that. Or it just may mean that, you need to focus on your security in your life. Like, are you secure? Because this is a card of security as well. Paramount. All right. So I hope that helps, KB. And just 4 of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot. Clizzard of Oz, Clizzardo, I give up. I don't know what that means. If you asked me to pull a card and I'm sorry if I missed it. So I don't know if you're saying I give up. That's why, but sorry I can't get to everybody's card. I'm trying to get through these cards. And folks, I'll remind you, I've been going now for 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's fun, though. I think I'm going to end soon, though, because I am getting tired. I got to eat, and it's 2 a.m. here. So let's get into Uni Chi. June 16th, which is Ace Diamonds, currency card. Uni Chi. You got the 2 of Pentacles. The 2 of Pentacles. And of course, this card is a multitasking card tied to the Architect. Because when the Architect comes down here and becomes man, it's juggling a shitload of stuff. This is tied to the 2 of Diamonds. 2 of Diamonds is the 28th card in the deck, tied to Lucifer and the Architect and the Sun. When man comes down and becomes Sun and becomes this man that is juggling things. So you're juggling a lot of things, but you do it. There's no pentacles in the ground. He's having fun with this, so you're doing it with ease. You're juggling a lot of things. Jade Llewellyn, let's get you a card. Jade Llewellyn. Cool last name because that company Llewellyn is huge. They're like huge astrology and books, and Llewellyn. Big time energy to that last name. Oh, you have the same birthday card as me. Oh, lucky you. All right, Jade Llewellyn. Well, you got the Knight of Cups. And, this is like looking for love. You're coming in. This card, this horse is not on its hind legs. It's not going into battle. It's coming back from battle, showing you its winnings. So it's a card you're looking for love. It's like a fickle card, having fun, flirtatious. You could be looking for love. Partnership. Maybe you're in a new partnership. But it's the almighty, it's the Jack. It's tied to the heart. So it's like, look what I got in my cup. Kind of similar to the Page of Cups. So anyway, Knight of Cups, Teach Me Tarot for you, Jade. Hope you find what you're looking for. Steven Seguru, Monday is a big day for me. Okay, let's see what's going on. What do the cards have to say about... Let's see what the card is for Steven Segura. Well, you get the Judgment card, my friend. Now, it doesn't mean that you're being judged. I started this transmission off, and it was tied to this because it was the Seven of Clubs day. Seven of Clubs is the 20th card. This is the 20th card in the tarot, but it's really the Seven of Wands, which is defending what matters. But this is the Judgment card, and this is usually tied to duality. Duality's 20, Judgment card's 20. Mason's 20, Judgment card's 20. Free is 20, 20th card. 20 is calcium, tied to our bones, being judged. If we are being judged through free will that we have, if we have some, I think we have some. Just be careful. Don't judge people. Live and let live. I've been saying that motto for so long. And I'm going to tell you how programmed my life is. Here's another example, just for fun. I've always lived through that for as long as I remember, is live and let live. You do you, I'm going to do me. Don't try to force yourself upon me, and I'm not going to force. So I'm from a town called Thompson, Connecticut, right on the line of Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Born in the city of Putnam, Connecticut, and right over the line in Massachusetts, where my aunt and my cousin live. They live right on the water of the largest body of water in I think it's the largest body or second largest body of water in Massachusetts. It's called Webster Lake. Webster's the town. I just went and visited my sister there last year. Last year. Anyway, the lake is a Indian. It's called the Nipmuc Indians. And it's got a long... I'll say it. So some of you will laugh, but it's Lake Chugagog, Man Chugagog, Shabunagungamog. A lot of practice saying that as a kid. But it's the meaning behind that is you fish on your side, I fish on my side, nobody fishes in the middle. That's where I grew up. And you do you, I do me, and it's just live and let live. That's how coded my life is. Something so ridiculous has the same meaning. Anyway, that was probably a little bit too much information for you, ladies and gentlemen. My life's complete. My scripted life. So much fun. Totally cool. Lena, we'll get you a card pull. I thought I pulled a card for you, Lena, but let's pull a card. Oh, no, I didn't pull a card for... I don't remember pulling a card for Lena. Lena Labonte. Let's get you a card, Lena, for Lena Labonte. Let's get you from the front. So you got the Prince. It's called the Page of Pentacles. Prince or Princess. For you, it's the Princess. And when these cards come up, it's, this is the students. The ones that just got their contract. They got fresh out of college. They don't know what it feels like to be ripped off, screwed over, cheated on. You get to that energy and you create from that energy. And it's a card of the card of your being an empath. So it's the starting point of that, the princess holding and saying, oh, let's go create. And I don't know what it feels like to be screwed over, ripped off, cheated on. None of that. Not in my world. It's telling you to create from that aspect. And I know you stand in a large layer of that. So you'll really resonate with something like that, I'm sure. All right. So I hope that helps. So Stephen, I got you. Who else did I? The website to research on these cards is called Teach Me Tarot. If you just go to your search engine, type in Teach Me Tarot. I don't know if it's teachmetarot.com. I just type it into the. I just now have it on my. You know how your browsers automatically pull it up. Yeah, it's teachmetarot.com. That lady right there, man, she's awesome. I would love to do a podcast with her. She's great. Her name is Vivian. Yeah, she lives in Ireland. And now that I know that, one of my go-tos that I get readings from is from that area too. How funny. See, it's all coded. Small, but pretty interesting. Anna, not deceiving or being deceived by anyone personally. Well, Anna, you may be being deceived by information that you're adopting as your beliefs. Is everything that we believe in accurate and for us moving in the right direction? So again, Anna, what I'm going to suggest you do is go type in that card with Teach Me Tarot and go read about that. Because again, this is general. I don't know how it's going to pertain to your life. But if you go to that website, Teach Me Tarot, and you got the Seven of Swords, and you read through all that, you're going to read through paragraphs. You should find a clue. Squirrels are... Let me just show you something, folks. Now that I brought the squirrel up. I actually created a graphic with this. I was on the road teaching and working for this company in the seminar circuit. If you've ever been to any of these, they're called previews. It's where you would come to a hotel and they would show you how to sell on Amazon or how to sell real estate or how to start anything. I was on one of those circuits. I loved it. I got to meet so many people, and that's where I really get extrovert, and I really thrive in those environments. And so I did that for a while, and that's where I got that meme. My friend Diamond Don, if he's watching, what's up, Big Don? They call him Diamond Don. He's such a great dude, another Aquarian. And I think he had said that one day, and I was like, man, I love that. I am going to use that. And I just started using it, and I liked it so much I created a graphic for it, and it just made a lot of sense for me. So there it is. So I wanted to show all of you that, you see, in numerology, I want to show you the synchronization a little bit here to digress from, I'll get back to the cards in a minute here. But the 26th card in the deck of the medicine deck is called the squirrel card. It's also tied to the word prison. The word prison equals 26. The word planet equals 20. Think about what I'm showing you. The word prison and the word planet both equal the number 26. The 26th element on the periodic table is called iron. And what do we have in our blood? We have iron. The Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, the original, the YHVH, the original consonants of the Israelite God of the Bible is the number 26. Think about what I'm telling you. What do squirrels do? What are they known for? Gathering stuff, collecting things. So I go back to that story again, the prison planet, like the Sentinels. Say that, I don't know, it's a tongue twister. Is this earth just a farm? And we're being gathered by the demiurge. It's collecting all of us. And it's going to hatch from the egg. And it's using all of us, all of our energy to create that. I personally am leaning towards it from all my research, as crazy as that story sounds. But I mean, this card deck came out in 1988. You think that Jamie Sams, she's passed on now? You think that she was sitting down thinking about naming it the squirrel because she was like, well, the 26 element's iron, and that's the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh because I am into numerology too, and it's in our blood. And no, come on, folks. Mankind's being used, okay? That's totally cool with me. So you just enjoy the ride. Instead of getting bummed out, and there's power in knowing the machinations of the world and the true way it works. And as that meme is, I love this meme, a rich man digs for truth, A poor man complains about what he might find. You may not like what you find. The way it is the way it is. Okay. So, yeah, folks, right now I'm working on a new spread of the tarot cards. And it involves taking out the pages. Because you see, remember that these cards came first. And these don't have pages in it. Now, why did they put the pages in here? Because it ends up giving these... Now, I have a spread that's 77 cards, but the way most people interpret these cards is it's 78. And that's because you use the Fool twice. The conflict, though, is the Fool only has the 0. And it's not even counted, but they count it as the 22nd card. So if you count it twice, you get 78 cards, and that is a very magical number because 78 in the string of pi is found at the 66th decimal digit. 66, 67. 67 is tied to the 19th prime, which is the sun. These are from the sun. And the son's the devil. So yes, they're from the devil. The church was right. That's the funny humor. It's the funny humor in all this, man. I'm telling you, it's just hilarious. But anyway, so I have a spread that I created with my graphics. I haven't released it to the public yet. I will, because I found some massive things in there. But it doesn't have the pages in it. So if you take the pages out, you end up only having 74 cards. And all of you that decode know how important the 74 is. It's tied to the sun, tungsten, the wolf, Taurus fields, the makeup of our reality, the 4 clover. The 74th card is the King of Pentacles. Whereas if you do all the cards with the pages, you get 78. But again, folks, you don't have to be so engrossed on fixated just on specific numbers and saying, oh, there it is. This is the end all. This is the truth above all truths. No, everything inside this self-contained system, whether you believe in it or not, whether you think it's deception or lies, is still someone else's truths. Everything just is inside this egg. This is Earth now. I'm not saying it's a globe, flat, concave, but I do know that it's inside of an eggshell, a field, a firmament, if you whatever you want to call it. And everything in here, everything just is. So you got the first religion all the way up to 10,000, whatever, however many there are on the world stage. It's a freaking comedy show. Religion to me is just a big costume party. It's a big costume party. It's like Halloween every day. It's like, why do you got to wear these special... And what do the colors mean? Why do you call it a church? Church is 24. How many... What's the letter X? The X chromosomes? 24th letter? Any coincidence there? Jesus, the original spelling in the Latin is 24. Any coincidence there? Of course there is. And then, when you really look at the 24, I just want to show all of you because it's really interesting. Let me do a little bit more synchronization. Those of you that are the tarot fans. From the devil, from the church, from the people, from the architect or architects. There is no separation. Call it whatever you want. You can call it evil, no separation. It's just energy. You may not like it. You call it evil. It's just energy. So you have this card right here as the 24th card in the deck. I think I had said earlier that the 3 of Wands was my mistake. That's card 25. And it's really fascinating. I want to show you guys. This is how comical this reality is. You want a good laugh? Here, I'm going to give you a good laugh. I laugh now. It's just funny. God's a stand-up comedian. Can't be any other way. And I know this reality is not real, and that's why all the suffering's allowed. Can't be real. Because we're imperfect human beings, and we wouldn't allow that stuff to go on. So you're talking about a perfect entity allowing that stuff to go on? Come on. What other explanation are you going to give it? It's not real. Can't be. That's the conclusion I've come to. So let me show you guys. This is going to be funny. All right. So here we go. So you have the character I want you to remember something, okay? Despite what you learn from people and their interpretations, because you're going to get people that say, no, Jesus was Joshua. Well, at first, it's not the same name. It's not the same spelling. And that is not the case when you properly look at these things, in my opinion. Different character, different storyline. Everything was different about the Joshua dude versus the Jesus dude who came on the scene in the New Testament. The Greeks invented Jesus. And it's the New Testament. So it's the new versus the old. The Bible, the Taurian Bible. The Jesus character came in because he's like, you got to do it the old ways. Those ways don't work anymore. So here's the new ones. And now you have the split, the yin yang. Because if you just had Jesus and everything was fluffy marshmallow clouds and unicorns running around and rainbows and it's just every day's beautiful here today. Yeah, go play your 10 songs for the next 5 years. Tell me how much you'll go crazy with those 10 songs. You'll never play them again. Okay? You need the split, a choice, and then the red pill, blue pill happens. So the Greeks invented Jesus, wherever that came from. And then the Latins revised it, and boom, your Bible comes out in 382, and King James becomes the standardized version. So it's spelled I-E-S-O-U-S, and through the Greek, the original numerology Greek, it ends up equaling the number 24, which is ironically my birthday, 2-4. But the 24th card in the tarot, using the Fool as the 22nd card, is this card right here. This one. Card 24. The word church equals 24. Jesus said, I'm going to send my angel to the church to tell you the authority, to tell you what you should and shouldn't do. What is this? What is this right here? I'm going to send my angel to the church. Well, you have the two pillars there, Boaz and Yachin. The black and white, the yin yang, standing in between it with the world in the palm of his hands. And this is a card of choice, potential. Which way are you going to go? Which way are you going to choose? You're going to serve the good or the bad? Which is it going to be? The church is going to tell you that. The church is going to make you choose. They're going to try to make you choose. And this is the Jesus card. Choice. What are you going to choose to give you everlasting life? Everlasting life means being recycled back into the game, which is maybe not a choice at all. But so this card is tied to this card. These cards came out first. 2 clubs. This is card 15. And in the tarot, in the major arcanas, what's card 15? This guy. 2. What do you see here? 2 people. 2. And this is of the mind now. The mind. Duality. The mind of the cosmos. Creating duality. Creating the devil. Now the devil's born. Through the church. This is the same card right there. It's all the same card. 2 of clubs, 2 of wands. Devil card's the 15th card. This is the 15th card. The church, through the Christ, now the devil's born. Here's your adversary. And then what precedes this card? This one, the 3 of wands. Now you have the 2 and the 3. 2 of wands is the choice, what you're going to do when you get here. 3 is when you make the choice, now you're going to launch your plans. This is launching long-term plans. That's what you got to do when you get down here, after you make your choice. And what is this card from? Naturally, the 3 of clubs. So now you have the 2 and 3 tied to the devil. Devil's right there with the 2. Well, what number of card is this? This is 15. What's this one? 16. Guess whose birth card this is? Thomas John Ellis. What did he play? Lucifer. He's Lucifer. Card 25. So you have Jesus in the church, 24. Card 25. Guess what the word in numerology equals the number 25? Adversary. The word adversary in Chaldean, just Chaldean, equals the number 25. So you have the church and Jesus at 24, which is tied to this, which is tied to the devil. Guess who created the devil? The church, which ultimately was the architect. And then it's the adversary. It's your identity. This is your identity card. Your ego. And then you have Lucifer and the adversary card 25. And this is the 16th card in the deck. And the word hell equals 16. How fun. Isn't that? That's hilarious. It's a big joke. That's how you properly synchronize this stuff. And it's a big joke. And then you have these 2 cards, card 15 and card 16. And 15 and 16 in the string of pi is tied to the number 32. And what's 32? It's when water turns from a liquid to a solid, which is the representation of the incarnation process. This right here. This right here. And it's this right there that gets your identity. This is your identity, and the sun is your spirit. I showed that in the Sun Devil. I get really passionate about this. Sorry if some of you can't handle my energy, but I get really animated, and I just, that's just the way I roll. That's just my personality. So some people just can't handle it, but but folks, that's it, man. I mean, I want to be, at this stage of the game for me, okay? Like, I'm not an antichrist. Okay? You're the Christ. I'm the Christ. And the Christ is the devil. That's why it says in the text, if you read the Bible, if you know your Bible, it says in there, get away from me. That is your ego. That's the little voice trying to pull you towards satiation and acid. And the lower realms. Hell is the lower chakras. And I'm telling you right now, Taurus is the lower chakras with Aries. That is all everlasting life. You're going to get recycled back into the game when you follow these stories. That's why, like, what would you need to do? If you're the creator, the architect, what would you need to construct so that no one would ever think of looking there? Ever. Well, you'd create a story that was so beautiful and so ironclad that the majority of people would never, ever, ever think that would be the way that would get you recycled back in. And so is it possible that the Christ As beautiful as a story as it is. And I'm not saying don't be loving, because obviously the Christ represented unity, brotherhood, and all, but then you see you're choosing. You don't need that story. Like if there was nothing ever of a story developed of the Christ, does that just give you an excuse to be an asshole? Like, oh, well, there's no story of Jesus, so I'm just going to be an asshole then. I'm not going to treat people nice. Come on, folks. When you go and research, do this, take the bread, drink the blood, there's all rituals that no one really pays attention to. They're enamored by, well, what's my alternative? What's my alternative? Well, I guess I'll choose the Jesus guy. He's going to be my savior. You better put your faith in him, because you're going to die if you don't. So you're given a choice, red pill, blue pill, and they all lead to the same destination. The game needs players, because this game is a battery, and it's a simulation. It's not even real. Not to whatever's running this. And it likes to come down here and play out through some of the avatars. And O.J. Simpson, clearly, as I showed, was one of them. That doesn't mean that, like, okay, I don't know if he really killed anybody. I'm not saying that. I don't even know the dude. But using my methodology, clearly, it's undeniable that his number 32, tied to his birth card, and tied to there's someone in my head, but it's not me, and Pink Floyd and the Dark Side of the Moon and the connections there, absolutely unfreaking deniable. And it's no Mason that's scripting, and there's no Jesuit there that's trying to pull the willy over your eyes. That kind of nonsense. And I stand by that. And that's not directed towards anybody that you think, because people are like, oh, you're picking on a certain... No, I'm just, in the decoding world, everybody has this, they're like, they got a hard on for freaking trying to say, oh, it's this, they're this, and that, they're doing this, and look at all this satanic and this. Do you even know what those things mean? It's crazy. That's why our world, it's people, because the very groups of people that want the world to become a better place are just so really good at judging. Whew. They're like masters of judging people. It's like, man, did you even think about looking at your life and how screwed up your life is? No. You don't want to look at your life because you're too afraid of it, because then you'd look bad. But if you can just sweep yourself under the rug and go and put yourself in the closet, it allows you to just point the finger and say, well, it's their fault because my life is perfect. I don't do anything wrong. These people have no idea how this reality works. And that's my opinion, by the way. That's my opinion. But it's just like I get people like, you know, like I said, big shout out to Jordan Waters above crypto. I mean, we had this conversation. His love is allowing, and that really sunk in. It really, really made me emotional. It's, for me, I'm a thinker, man. So it's, and it's challenging because then I see people are linking me like, oh, did you see this person's talking smack? And it's like, and then like, what do I do? I can go and I used to be like, go over there and just, what do you, and it's so challenging for me. And you want to know why? Because of my code. I mean, if I broke down my chart, my astrology chart, you'd know a lot about why I do the things I do. I showed it in Prison Planet too. I mean, I was very I showed some of the vulnerability of myself, but it's like, if you saw what my Rahu is, and it's just like, anyways, it's just crazy because the decoding world is so big now, and all of us have to start somewhere. If you're a decoder, especially if you're here, you got to start somewhere with your decoding methods, right? And so I have suggested as I always do, start with your basics. Don't just be this decoder that uses I'm telling you, this is my personal opinion. Please do not just log on to Gematrinator and start decoding with the 4 base ciphers. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Ultimately, you can use all the 50,000 ciphers that are on there, and they'll ultimately all connect because they all link to the number 9, and the 9's a repeater number. So, of course, eventually they're going to link up. Oh. I got my music playing, it's just not that loud. Yeah, it's like good topic, Draco Travis. Squid Game, right? So Squid Game, huge movie or show. What happens when we all watch that? What do you think happens to that show? If you know how magic works, again, it's a catch-22. How about that word catch-22? Why do we say cat? Why does it got to be? Why is it 22? It's tied to Taurus, titanium, the Titans. What happens when we all start watching these shows? And I know there are some of you. I don't have a TV. I don't watch this and that. But folks, well, okay, but some people do. I do. I'm totally cool with that. Totally cool with authentically telling all of you, yes, I watch movies. I enjoy watching movies. So my brain is always on fire decoding stuff. And I still do it when I watch the movies. So it won't let me go. But what happens when all of us tune into these shows? You give them energy. And that energy is going somewhere. Somebody's getting it. And ultimately, it ain't somebody, it's something that's getting that energy. So that Squid Game, I haven't even seen it. But of course, squid's tied to the octopus. I mean, I can quickly see it. Yaldabaoth. And we can't, and I haven't really been speaking a lot about Yaldabaoth because it just hasn't been a part of what I've been doing lately. But, Yaldabaoth is the number 29 in Chaldean, which is tied to 11. So the word 11 equals 29 in Chaldean, and Yaldabaoth is 29. And you have 1111, so you got 20. You got Yaldabaoth twice, and Yaldabaoth in the English is the 89, which is the 24th prime number and the 11th Fibonacci number. So now you have a pattern now of the 11. So then you can get into the letter K, because the letter K is the 11th letter. And then if you know the shape of that, the letter K. And the letter K is what the sun's measured in Kelvin. So we go right back to the sun again. So I mean, folks, the sun and the moon and the earth definitely to me are the Trinity. Like the incarnation, reincarnation process, tied to Xenon, tied to the little voice in your head, tied to the all-seeing eye, which is inside your brain, which is the little voice in your head that you're not going to be able to shut up. And even thinking about not thinking is thinking. Our brains are not designed to stop thinking. So you just got to observe it and listen to it and talk to it. What do you want? And get in tune with these numbers. And just let go. You ain't good. Listen, you can run outside. You can yell at the sun, the moon. They're not going to change directions. You can yell at the zodiac signs, constellations. It's not going to change directions. You can yell at a tree. It's not going to fall. Nature is the boss. And there's many layers to that. Mohammed, what is Lilith? We talked about Lilith. Lilith is the idea through astrology of the black moon Lilith, which is the feminine, supposedly tied to the story of Adam, and Adam's wife was Lilith, and then something about rejection there, and then you get Eve. Adam and Eve equal 26. Folks, I mean, are you kidding? That's right. I forgot about that. So I'm going to go right back to this card. Adam and Eve equal 26. It's the squirrel. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh equals 26. Adam and Eve equal 26. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh equals 26. The 26th element is iron. We have iron in our blood. What does that tell you? Mankind is being used. I don't say that negatively anymore. I don't say it saying it from fear. At what level? I don't know. How many of you are, before, I'm going to end my transmission here because it's 2:41 and I've been going over 4.5 hours, but how many of you here are new? Because if some of you are here, let me see how many people we got on this transmission. Oh, wow, okay. Well, we've dropped down quite a bit. But how many of you are new? Because how many of you saw my little snippet of brain damage and the O.J. Simpson connection with Pink Floyd? What's up, Benny? Yeah, 20. My birthday is 26. Is the word God, God in English is 26. Is that the end all? Is it? You know, and I was talking about the comics earlier. I forgot about this, and I want to let all of you know I was talking about the comics earlier, and that the new movie that came out, the Marvel Studios called it The Eternals, and I was reading through the Celestials, which are basically the Demiurges, and comic books had ages to them. The golden comic book age, the silver comic book age. Well, the Celestials just so happen to come out during the bronze comic book age. And when did the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh come out on the scene? In the Bronze and Iron Age. Is it a celestial? Is the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh really the demiurge? Is it really the God of the Bible? Is it the sun? Is it Lucifer? Is it Yaldabaoth? Is it the celestial that runs this reality? Big questions. I mean, when you look at it, it's like gathering things up. 26, come on. I mean, demiurge, here it is at the bottom of the deck. The word demiurge equals 30. It's right there. Bugs Bunny. Think about it. I showed this, like Travis Scott. Travis Scott, born on April 30th. Bugs Bunny, born preliminary Bugs Bunny, April 30th. Rabbit card. What did Alice do? She followed the rabbit into time. Demiurge equals 30. Nazareth, I'm Jesus of Nazareth. Nazareth equals 30. Santa Claus, that goes down the chimney, equals 30. All in the Chaldean. Demiurge, 30. So, I believe this is the truth right here. I mean, how do you, when you synchronize all this, you could tell the story. Alice equals 30, for God's sakes. Alice in the English equals 30. She follows a rat. These came out in 1988. Lewis Carroll, the 1700s, the book came out. I doubt Jamie Sams was using numerology and said, well, rabbit's 30, Alice is 30, so we got to name the 30th card the rabbit. Do you know why Neo was told to follow the white rabbit in the Matrix movie? There's your answer. What has the rabbit on it? It's the moon. Follow the white rabbit. And our moon actually could be Titan. It's possible. It's very possible that our moon is Titan. Yeah, that's why I say that. I say folks a lot, you know? Thanks for reminding me of that, Tam. I know, I got in the habit of saying that. I've tried to be more conscious of that and not say it as much. But I just started saying it. I don't know why. But I do know why, because I'm being used. And the folks is that's all, folks. And what happens when that's all, folks? The end is just the beginning. Tied to the whole, the spiral. Anyways. Yeah, I originally said we're from the moon. I had on my prison planet, I was very showing this connections. And again, I mean, even with my methodology, you know, children of the moon is 80 and it was tied to Mercury. And essentially, you know, now I feel that the reincarnation, incarnation process is from Earth, we go to the moon. That's why Neo is told to follow the White Rabbit, because it's going to get you incarnated back into the Matrix. Knock, knock, Neo. Follow the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit's the moon. So we go back to the moon, and then whatever happens from there, the moon gives to the sun. You see, the moon is known as the god of sin. The moon is, of course, it runs the tides in water. And if you watched my decode on Prison Planet, I showed how John the Baptist, John is 18. The moon card is the 18th card in the tarot. Jesus is 18. Christ is 18. Moon card of the tarot. And is it any coincidence that the Christ was baptized? I think, let me see it, baptized, I forgot what. Yeah, baptized is 28, which is architect, which is Lucifer. Baptize me. Get baptized. Go baptize yourself. And so from the moon, the Christ. That's why I had originally one of my decodes, I don't remember which one it was, I was saying Jesus is the moon, not the sun. It's a theory. Can't prove it, obviously. Obviously, the drawings are Jesus is the sun with the sun behind his head. But is the crown, the sun, the crown of the moon? But anyway, the sun, the moon is the god of sin. And what is Jesus supposed to do? Wash away your sins. So if you put your faith in the Christ, he'll take away all your sins, the moon, and prepare you for your return back to the stage called the game of life. From the moon, you get washed of your sins. The moon gives to the sun. And then the sun incarnates you back through photosynthesis. And the light bringer back down to earth as the light permeates the earth. And there's your incarnation process. Now, that's a theory of mine. I can't prove it. But again, I'm not saying it's fact. Yeah, I mean, I never got baptized, you know. I never got baptized in the JW religion. I never did. So now I look at that like, why didn't I? I have no ties anymore. I'm not married. I have no Saturn's ring around my finger. No bands, no contracts. No baptisms. None of that stuff. And I live a life of neutrality as much as I can. I really strive to, just be an observer. I'm a tour guide. Thank you, Tiffany. I'm just a tour guide. Imprisoned by the prism. Yep. All right, folks. So I'm going to call it a night. Yeah, I'm probably getting tired. Some of you are going to pass out. Yeah, I'm a generator in the human design. If you don't know what your human design type is, what are you waiting for? I'm going to put that in a link. Go look up and figure out what your hang on a sec, folks. Just go find out what your human design is. Here it is. Oops. If you haven't watched my how to decode yourself, I mean, what are you waiting for? But here's the website. There it is. And there's 5 types. Then you got your profiles and your other layers. But it's I'm a generator, and generators are the workaholics, and that's why I'm able to do 4, 5, 6 hours like this. So I enjoy it. It's fun. So anyway, I'm going to do just a real quick, let's see how many people we got there. Okay, we still got a good amount of people. Thanks everybody for joining in tonight. Welcome all the new members from Jordan's channel, from Devil's Playground, however you found me. Welcome to the family, the decoding world. My name is Logan. I'm your tour guide. And tonight was a journey. That's for sure. And all of you are so welcome for this transmission. You guys are awesome. You guys and gals are awesome. So what I'm going to make this really quick. I'm going to pull some cards from the tarot, and we're going to do a collective. I'm going to do this really quick because I am tired. I got to eat, and I get to sleep at some point. 4 a.m. is usually my sleep time. I know I'm a night owl. I was born at 1 in the morning, so 1:03 a.m. All right, so let's everybody come together as a collective. We're going to tap into the world consciousness as well. And let's see what's going on with all of you and me and everybody else on the world stage. And where we're going and what we all got to do, our individual parts, remembering that let the static, just let everybody do what they got to do. Don't force anything. What you do is your code. What they do is their code. Live and let live. Okay. So let's pull some tarot cards for the collective on where should we be moving forward in this reality. What's going to make this world a better place? It's already in place already. The script's already been written, but let's see what the cards are going to tell us on what to expect, what's going to happen, energies moving forward for all of us. So really quickly, 30 seconds. I'm not going to deviate away from that. I kind of like that. 30 seconds. I'm going to jack the music up, close your eyes, whatever you got to do to get into your meditative state, but tapping into the collective, seeing you tap into all these great minds on the world stage, tapping into your own personal life. Where are we going on the world stage? 30 seconds. Here we go. All right. There we go. Let's see what we got, folks. Ready? Here we go. Just going through some of your comments. Okay. I've already shuffled them. Let's look. Let's see. So I did these last time. 3 cards, 1 from the bottom, 1 from the middle, 1 from the top. And then we'll just kind of see what they're going to talk and what they're going to say. So We already have the one on the bottom, which is massive change. Card 16. Tied to Hell. This is the 16th card. Hell is 16. Lucifer. Shiva. Shiva's 16. Shiva right there. Massive change. Here we go. What's going to be in the middle of this deck? Let's do it all in front of you so you know I'm not trying to pull the woolly over your eyes. So let's get the middle, somewhere in the middle. There it is. There it is. And look what pops out. I mean, are you kidding me, folks? Really? Really? Are you kidding me? See, the cards never lie if you know how to interpret them. This doesn't even take a great interpreter. But let's see what the outcome is, if there is such a thing. On the top of the deck. Now, I just cut the deck. We found the world card there. So now we're gonna, the very top. Here it is. We're just gonna slide it up. Don't know what it's gonna look like. Oh. Whoop. That's at the very top of the deck. So, wow, is all I could say. And that's what we got as a collective. Let me just kind of go from left to right. So there they are. The three cards have spoken. Over here to your left, if we're going left to right, was the bottom of the deck. Massive change. In the middle, and this can also mean, I mean, think about it, this is a phallus, a penis, you get ejaculation. This is Shiva, the destroyer, to make room for a new world. And we got the world card in the middle. And then at the top, we got the devil card. So what does this mean? What is this telling us? Well, I guess we'll all soon find out. Because then you're like, well, the devil's evil. Does that mean we have more evil coming our way? Possible. So I said, folks, are we headed into the dark age? Is the age of Aquarius the dark age? Because we are headed into the digital age, computers, right? Artificial intelligence. And a lot of these movies, they just tell you the lights are going to go out. The lights are going to go out. So, I mean, this is not always like, oh my God, it's the fear devil card. Well, it doesn't mean that you're going to get this devil. But when you look at those three right there, holy mackerel. This is new beginnings. There's no other way. And this is the cosmic egg that emerges with the 4 fixed signs of astrology. And then you have the one that runs it. You literally have, I had shown this, blockchain. Blockchain. The block and chain. So is this telling us collectively that our world is about to completely be reset? A massive transformation is going to happen. Shiva, this is Shiva's card, the destroyer, plutonium. And it's going to make way for a new world, a new age. And that new age will be run by blockchain technology, cryptocurrency. And is that a bad thing? Well, see, folks, if that's what this means, now if I'm going to interpret it, I'm going to, exactly what I just said, that's how I'm going to interpret those cards. That's what these mean. Because of what I see. See, the end of the world's not going to happen. A lot of people may lose their lives, sure, in the transition of the new age, sure. But a new age will emerge. Like it always does, the phoenix will rise, like it always does. And I tied this card to blockchain. Block and chain. Chain is 15. This is the 15th card. And the block and chain are right there on that card. And I think blockchain is 32, which is tied to this reality. Let me just double check on that. Let me just check. I wonder, because I've only... Yeah, blockchain is 32. There it is. Block is 17, which is Earth. Earth is the block. The egg is the block. And then the chain, the blockchain is right there on the card. And this word, of course, didn't come out when these cards came out. So how's it possible to connect it to? Because the entire reality is scripted. It was already written. That's why it says, God knows the things you know before you ever ask him for it. Yeah, because the damn script is already written. Duh. Enjoy the freaking ride. Figure out who you are and what your position is and why you're here. But I'm telling you right now, the cards have spoken. Massive change. New world emerges. Cryptocurrency, blockchain technology. That's it. That's the way I see it. And I'm not saying that to be because I'm being biased because I have crypto. I have it because I'm preparing myself. That's it, folks. That's what I got, man. That's how I read these three cards. As a card reader, as a tarot reader, it doesn't get any more clear than that. And, remember, the chains are loose. So how much of a slave will you be to your habits? All of you have habits, and you're a slave to them. Myself included. I'm not immune to that. I have my habits. Some are I go to the gym, I work out. That's a good habit. Then we have our bad habits, and they rule over us, good and bad habits. Somebody asked about angels and demons, good and bad habits. Same thing, same energy. Angels and demons, good and bad habits, same freaking thing. Blockchain technology, it's coming. Are you prepared? It's not evil, folks. It's just an exchange of energy. Anyway. That's all I got, folks. I'm kind of petered out. Tired. I'm going to end my transmission. But thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for hanging. Those of you that have been here from the very beginning, kudos to you for hanging in there the whole transmission. And for those of you that are watching the recording version, listening to it in your cars, some of you do that. Thank you for joining in. Your contributions to this decoding effort is greatly appreciated. I am your host, your tour guide, Logan. This is Decode Your Reality for What's Your Question number 3. Stay tuned for a very special What's Your Question next week. I think number 24, tied to my birthday, tied to the Christ, tied to the church. It's going to be a big one. Actually, let me even see. What is next week? Let's just double check before I go. Let's just see. So this is what I don't do. And I'm like, let's plan this. I don't have to plan squat. It's planning me. But let's just see now, because I'm consciously being aware, and this is what you can do. It would be the 20th. The 20th card. Next week. It's November 20th, which is the Judgment card. November 20th. The 13th card in the deck tied to the Sun, the King of Hearts. Next week. Join me. What's your question number 4? So my name's Logan, your host and tour guide. That's a wrap for What's Your Question number 23. Much love to each and every one of you for joining in. Till next time, we'll see you later.